Welcome, everybody, to the Onward VR Master League pre-show. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, and I am joined by my co-host, Theta, with just 1. But it's an E there nonetheless. Theta, how are you feeling today? We have a lot to talk about. Oh, we do seem to be having some tech difficulties. We don't have you coming in there, Theta. We'll get your beautiful voice in here in just a second. And actually, I guess it's as good a time as any to kind of look over the run of show and what we're going to be getting in here today. Coming out at the start, this is a 14,000 USD prize pool. $10,000 in cash on the line for these teams that are competing in this tournament this weekend and next weekend. It has been a long road to get to this point, but again, a lot on the line. 5,000 USD in cash for that first place team, coming in from our sponsors, Downpour Interactive, ProTube VR, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, and obviously VRML. We then have additional 6 HyperX Cloud Mix headsets coming in from HyperX, VR cover kits from VR Cover, 1 TaxSuit X40 and a TaxSuit X16 from B Haptics, as well as customized Arma jerseys from Arma. All of our sponsors pooling together here to offer what is one of the largest cash prizing that we've been able to give in VRML history, so it's pretty cool to for that to be going on. 3,200 in cash for second place, HyperX headsets, 1,600 for third place, HyperX headsets, and 900 for fourth place, all the way down to fourth. And like I said, it's been a long road to get here, Theta. I mean, I don't know if you were watching the Challenger Cup last weekend, but we'll run the highlight reel here. It was a heck of a series to be tuning into.
No doubt about it. It was, I would argue, the most competitive Challenger Cup that we've ever had, and that's exactly what everybody expected. There were so many good teams in there, and it really came down to basically one map for everybody in the top 4 or 5.
I mean, just looking now, we have that knife fight that happened. I've never seen 2 players actually get their knives out in a ranked match and try and knife each other. We got to see that, Theta. I mean, that was like the first round, that started off the insanity. But one thing I noticed that was really interesting to me is this shift in meta, right? Because the format was different. Only 1 map that you get to play, and caps became super duper important. We saw Supermind in day 1 come in with a ton of key caps that just pushed them up and over their teams consistently. And it seemed to be like a lightning bulb, like, oh wow, this is... Wait, you play the game a little bit differently here in this Challenger Cup than you do in a best of 3.
No doubt about it. And in particular, you can see the dominance of the cap in these situations, because if you lose a map, I mean, it's over for you, basically. Like, you had to go undefeated in order to reach the top of either of the brackets. And if you lose those 2 points initially, especially if you opened with a cap, and then you got one defensive round, then you're at 3-0. And that's such a huge hole to dig yourself out of. Now, in a regular match, it's not good, but you can come back from that. You have other maps that you can play on, you can kind of recover, but there is no recovery period in that situation. So people were really putting pressure on themselves. And yeah, like you said, we got to see some pretty spicy strats as a result.
Well, and I mean, you talked about it. I mean, probably one of the highest skilled group stages on both ends, And the crazy thing is, it was coming from all seeds, right? I mean, we had teams that were seeded 2nd and 3rd losing in their first map to teams seeded 30th and 40th in the Supermind is ranked is a gold team, and they ran away undefeated throughout this series. I mean, they went up against squads that were playing very good. I mean, really solid coordination around these objectives, timed plays with smokes being well applied to the back of zones. This cargo replay, a great example. And Supermind even went up against newbies who were playing good and challenged them. It was a truly a surprising Challenger Cup. One of my favorite replays that we have going now is the cap and smoke thing. I don't know if you saw this one, but when base dumps the smoke and they literally cap behind Laughing Coffin's back on objective. I mean, are we going to see that thirst for caps here, or do you think there's going to be more caution because there's 2 maps?
Well, knowing that we're going to see teams like Ember out there, I think we're going to see a thirst for caps. And again, the risk reward is really there in this format because it's best of 3, and just like a regular match, you get a cap on somebody, it can change the entire match. And also, let's not forget, let's say you're down 3-2, you can go from losing a map to all of a sudden be the winner of a map with 1 cap. So the incentive is there to go for it.
Well, I mean, hey, you want to talk about risk? We got the 2 replays coming in from Silent Purge's match against Blackwatch, where they lost their first map of the day because they committed so heavily to those caps. They went for those caps in moments that they felt they could, or maybe that were a little bit risky, and it ends up costing them. They end up dying at the objective, their whole team getting wiped in some cases. I mean, they sent multiple after those objectives and didn't get them, you know, and you lose that first map, that's kind of it, right? You're kind of you have to stay undefeated at least towards the end of the Challenger Cup to have that chance.
Yeah, capping requires a certain level of discipline on top of it. Like, it's a risky move, but you have to also be able to say, okay, one person's going for it, we're going to cover around them, and if that person fails, we just go for kills.
Right.
And a lot of teams, they do kind of get blinded by that, and they get this sort of capping tunnel vision, and they start saying, all right, we all need to go for a cap, so you got multiple cappers, which is an extremely vulnerable thing to do. And they just, in general, kind of lose the whole picture because you're supposed to just win. Right? If you get a win, even if it's not a cap, that's fine. Cap is just kind of icing on the cake, and yes, it's powerful, but losing while you're trying to cap is kind of defeating the whole purpose of it.
Well, hey, we have a special guest that we can bring in here. Trip, I want to get your thoughts. We just went over that SMC highlight, and I want to get your thoughts on the Challenger Cup. I mean, it seemed to be, like we were just discussing, the meta really shifted for those 1 map setups.
Yeah, indeed. And let's see, is Trip in here?
Or I am here now. So we definitely did some wild things, and I think we saw a lot of that. The teams wanted to just, you know, if they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. And it was the same mentality as if it's a cap here doesn't matter because we'll lose either way. Let's just go for it. And some teams on defense, or on offense, I guess technically, can't adjust to that. Oh, the defense is all of a sudden going to be coming at us, or out of position, not anywhere near the objective. And we saw that throughout both Challenger Cups.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be setting up here after we did this. I think enough discussion of the Challenger Cup. What I want to talk about is what we're going to be seeing here coming up today, which is the round robin Group A. The format changes a bit from the Challenger Cup. We have it's a best of 2 now, so teams get to band down 2 bands apiece, and then the home team picks map or side, and so each team gets to pick a map. That's kind of the real thing here. And so, if you were to be playing today, I know unfortunately you're not, but if you were to be playing today in this round robin, I mean, the strategy changes, right? So what is the approach here? Are you still going to be going for caps as heavily, or is it back to sort of a best of 3 mentality?
That's a tough one because it's not map wins that matter. Well, it is, but it's not taking the series in map wins, right? So you want as many wins as possible, and I think the mentality is more what's the best to do in this decision. I don't think it's either the best of 3 or the best of 1 mentality. It's, do we have an opening? Do we have an accurate kill count? It's that comp mentality, I think, is what we're going to see today.
Yeah, and that's going to be crazy with ranks 2, 3, 6, and 7 today. I mean, Theta, when you look at these squads playing, who are you think's going to... There's challengers everywhere. I mean, Ember, Dead Logic, they're powerhouses at the top of the ladder, and I mean, what are your initial impressions of what we're going to be seeing today?
Well, it's funny that we have these teams because I feel like Raptors and Dead Logic represent kind of the more deliberate play style, And Ember and Vikings are always wild cards. I've played against all these teams, and I can tell you that Vikings in particular bring the heat, despite the stereotype of being, an EU team and everybody says they play slowly. Vikings absolutely do not. And Ember, same way. They love to send flankers. They love to do all this wild stuff, kind of known for more of a freestyle type of play. And then you look at Raptors, and they've got Marksman as a sniper. They do have people like Soldiers on the team who are good at kind of the CQB bruiser style. But by and large, Raptors and Dead Logic both have this play style where it's like they can bring the tempo to you, but at the same time, they're usually going to slow it down and try to set something up. So for me, like, seeing that divergence of styles is going to be what's so interesting today.
Season 11 has brought a lot of change. One thing that I always like to talk about is the shifting of the map pool that we saw with the rotating map pool, and especially new teams coming in and playing well. Raptors really stands out to me as one of those new teams that's been playing and really challenging at the top. I mean, when they came in Season 10, I remember they were a squad that we wanted to keep an eye on. And then Season 11, we kept an eye on them because they continued to perform so well against top-tier teams. I mean, you look at their last few matches, 11-8 against Animal House, 11-7 against Boss Fight, 9-6 against Ember, who they're facing off against at the start of today. I mean, they have been playing very good Onward. They're a team that is very coordinated, and I mean, everybody has to do their homework, right? Theta, you're coaching a team. I'm sure all of these squads are looking at the VOD footage and doing their research and looking at all the stats, right?
Oh, of course. Especially going into the postseason, you're looking for any kind of vulnerability you can find, because at this level, it's not even necessarily that you're going to find any gaping holes in anybody's games. You just have to be able to look at habits and say, okay, they do this thing. How can we deal with it? Like, you're going to play Ember. You know that Quokka is likely to be sent on a flank. How do you set yourself up so that you don't get exposed by that? That's what everybody is sitting around trying to think about right now.
And when you look at some of the older teams, they are here in this group stage as well. And I mean, Trip, you have been around in the league for a while. When you look at these squads, teams like Vikings and Ember have been around for so long. They're ready for this postseason, and you just got done with the Challenger Cup. The round robin's also a slog. I mean, 6 maps in a competitive state like this, it's a wear down a little bit.
Yeah, and the bigger thing is, so you've got 2 maps against a team that has a specific playstyle, and then you go against another team with 2 maps. So it's not even every map is different and you just like put it out of your mind. You have to settle in and then change, and then settle in and then change. And Ember, I feel like they're one of the really good ones at switching up that momentum and changing up that playstyle on the fly. And I'm really looking forward to seeing some of that today.
Yeah, it's something that takes a lot of time to develop, right? They've been around since Season 6. They've been playing in this league for a while. They are going to be coming out here and playing this competitively and experienced. And so I really want to see, again, kind of go back to Raptors a bit, how that new team approaches this. Dead Logic, not exactly new, but they've been around since Season 8. I can't remember if they have been postseason in the past. Theta, Trip, can you recall? Either way,
I don't think so.
I don't know if that experience of that postseason is going to be there. They have to be almost ready for that Challenger Cup sort of environment, and this is going to be 4 to 5 hours of gameplay, right? There's going to be a lot of Onward that we're going to be delivering here today, and sometimes that can get a little tough to go through. I mean, Theta, you've had the opportunity to play through these Challenger Cups and the round robins and play in this tournament sort of stage. I mean, do you think that the pressure is going to get to some of these newer teams?
No doubt about it. And I'll say that's really where the experience benefit comes from for teams like, say, beginners, is they've been through this process so many times. They know how to brace themselves for it. Because no matter how good you are, competing itself is sort of a skill, and especially in a tournament format like this where you're going to be playing for hours and hours and hours, you always have this voice in the back of your head like, no matter what's going on, whether you're winning or losing, you just start telling yourself, I just want this to be over. I've been playing for so long, I just want this to end. And a lot of teams will end up messing up at the end because of that.
Yep.
Because they just want to get out of this format and they want to stop playing. And you really have to tighten yourself up for that.
Yeah. Again, to go back to the overall format of what we are going to be seeing here today, we are in the round robin A. We've gotten through Challenger Cups A and B. The Challenger Cup final will be live over on twitch.tv/onward_VRML at 12 p.m. PST. If you want to tune into that, be sure to check that out. Should be exciting. That will determine who will be squaring off in round robin B. The winner of that will go to face off ranks 1, 4, and 5 tomorrow. We'll have the pre-show for that as well. We'll be talking about those teams. That group is insane. Lots to be talking about in there. And then the semis and finals, August 21st and 22nd. Best two teams from both round robin A and B square off. It's a hype couple of weekends. That is for dang sure. You are not going to want to miss it. It is a long road, and we are about halfway through. Today is going to be incredibly hype. I cannot wait. But we are going to have to ask you to wait just a few minutes here. We're going to cut to a brief intermission while we sort out our matches and get ready to hop in to this high-octane Group A. Do not go anywhere. Onward VRML postseason round robin begins in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with Group A, round number 1. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster, Theta with just 1. And today, Theta, we got a heck of a matchup to kick us off. Raptors and Ember, a bit of the new guard versus a bit of the old. And I am super excited to see how this fares up. Again, the sort of setup for today is that both teams get 2 bans, so we're not going to be displaying those here today. And then each team picks a map. First map of the day is going to be Quarantine. And I mean, Theta, let's get into it.
Yeah, this is a fascinating pick for the opening map of the playoffs for your team. Because A, it's just an incredibly volatile map given the complexity we've talked about throughout the season of all the different spawns, all the different objectives.
Yep.
And on top of that, this is really a strength-on-strength kind of pick because both teams are good at it. Both teams have a 64% win rate, round win rate, I should clarify, on this map. And as a result, I don't know, it's pretty much anybody's guess who's going to win this one. Clearly, neither side wanted to pick one that was overwhelmingly better or worse for the other.
You know, this whole postseason has me so incredibly excited. I'm so happy to be able to cast it. You know, yeah, we had an 8.5-hour cast last weekend, but that was fun. I got, again, some of the craziest highlights I've seen in competitive Onward. That's going to be delivered here today. We're going to see plays that people have been saving and strategizing for this moment. They are going to be the most competitive it's ever been between teams, and we are about to dive into our first round of the day, round number 1 on map 1, Raptors versus Ember. Ooh, and what about this though? The quick spawn coming in on the north from Raptors. Are they going to push off this fast, or is it going to be a bit of a delayed west swing?
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to try to capture the north side. They're already taking some pretty dominant lines. And it looks like Rypick Soldiers headed for the west side, if I were to guess. Let's see if they're going to try and peek that ridgeline. And Soldiers does take that risk. He takes some shots on the Light Shaper and Burning. Now they know what the spawn is, and they can start setting up. Quokka ready in the impact building. You can tell he's just waiting for somebody to broach. And there it is. There's shots taken, and Quokka already with 1 kill, and we're only about 40 seconds in.
He did get tagged, has to heal up, can't afford to get shot again. Tosses a nade to try and confirm. That's not going to do much, but the kill was a headshot. So full kill there for Ember. A nice early advantage to them. And yeah, as soon as those shots came in, you saw the direction of all of the defense shift their attention to this west side. Maybe not worth going for that pick, but we'll see how they adjust. They do have one invested in that far south swing. I think it's Messino over there.
Quokka, oh, instant refrag from Messino, but Quokka had jumped down from the plane wing, got another kill, but Messino, I think, saw that movement, just couldn't quite pull the trigger fast enough. And now down to a 3v4 in favor of Ember.
What is Hailfire up to here on a wide flank? And Messino just happens to spot him out. Shots come in and just miss. Has to tuck back in, and now his position definitely known. Switch had lasers on as well, and so in a bit of a risky spot at this point.
East 2-story.
This could backfire for Hailfire. Now that he's been ID'd, he didn't get any kills on that flank. If they can clear out the rest of the defenders near the objective, or at least the most critical ones, that could leave a cap opportunity open for Raptors.
Yeah, it really could. They still do have 2 stacked on that objective. Milkman will be the first to go down.
Messino's in a bit of a pinch. He was spotted by Switch as well. So Hailfire spotted him after he got shot at. Switch put some rounds on him. Now Messino's kind of stuck in that gas tank area. Shots also being exchanged between Milkman and Rypick, I believe.
And Milkman trying to peek through these holes here. And Rypick definitely giving himself away, just trying to put out some suppressive fire towards the center of the objective, keeping that defense tucked in. While Soldiers does slowly peek around that west side. Maybe he'll get control of that 4-story soon.
And Hailfire running up on Messino, Who is going to get this first? And Messino spots him. Now down to a 3v3. And Messino just said he doesn't know our kill count. Not sure what happened there. I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't think there were any trades, so I'm not sure why the miscommunication there.
Milkman wary of the backside switch, finds Messino finally. Soldiers crosses, and Milkman, as the tablet comes out, spots the cross. Luckily doesn't get shot, able to get that refrag. It's all up to Rypick now in round 1 in a 1v3. Has to push in on that objective, but has time to work with. Catches the toes of Milkman, can't quite find that confirm. Has shots ringing in from Light Shaper, goes up to challenge and tucks back in himself. Fortunate he doesn't go down there, but he is keeping this defense on their toes.
And Milkman just rotated to take up a slightly more aggressive position near impact, just in case Rypick decides to go into the west. But they're playing fairly disciplined now. They're just kind of drawing shots out from him, and they're not pressing him too hard. They know they have the numerical advantage, and there's no reason to take a risk like that.
Yep.
Rypick really needs to rotate. He cannot hang out here right now. So they know where he is, and he does not have much time left. Milkman looks like he's going hunting. Rypick might have heard some steps because he has changed his point of aim. Rypick has a minute left. This is never a good feeling. It's postseason, so much on the line. You're the last one up, and as far as I could tell, no kill count, really, so he's not even sure how many are left.
Yeah, and he's going to have to push forward. Milkman has dropped off enough that there is gaps in coverage here for Rypick to work with, though. And on this rotation, Rypick may be able to catch him out. Milkman does spot him out the other way. It works out, actually, and Milkman finds that kill. Ember off to an early lead, but it took the full time, and I don't know if this is what a good start for Ember. We'll see what Raptors can put up on defense, though. I mean, this objective, certainly not one that's hard to defend.
And I'll say, too, with these higher level teams, it's not uncommon to have kind of a rough first round or two. It's a feeling out process. You're trying to see what style of play you're going to be up against for the rest of the match. And throughout the season, everybody kind of creates their own pace for that. The problem is in the postseason, you just don't have as much time because it's best of 2. So you have to adjust rapidly. All that being said, first round, I always view that as almost like a wash. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with the rest of them.
Yeah, right. And especially the first round of a tournament, they're really just truly feeling each other out at this point. You know, it is a getting loose stage. I didn't really see any lobbies going live before this either, and so I don't know how much time they had to actually warm up, you know, before this, to really shoot and practice before they get into this game. It's important for a lot of players for them to have that time to be able to warm up. And it's to your point, it is almost like a few warm-up rounds. I think after this next one, Raptors have to simply tuck in and defend. To that point, Ember could really bring the heat here, right? This is an opportunity for them, since they have this 1-0 lead, to maybe go for that cap. And it's something that Raptors have to have in their mind, that teams are going to be more aggressive now.
For sure. And Ember being the more experienced team, I think the pressure is going to be lessened on them just because they're used to it, whereas Raptors is only their second time in the postseason, and maybe that first round was a little bit of playoff jitters.
Yeah, we'll have to see what this defense looks like, and if it is going to be solid, it is a big round here as we get into round 2 of map 1. There's only 2 maps that get played, 6 maps at the end of the day. Everything counts here.
This time we do not get a quick spawn. And it looks like we're getting a 2-1-2 split. Technically more like a 2-2-1 split. So 2 far north, 2 in the middle, 1 in the south. And no surprise, the one in the south is Quokka, their famous flanker.
He's made it across.
Yeah, I was going to say he's about to slow down and check that cross, but instead he just runs through. And Marksman spots him, but doesn't take any shots. I don't know if he just missed that viewing of him, or no, he saw him, and now he was just waiting for him to come through.
Oh, a heavy swing here from Marksman. He's going to catch Quokka out. He's going to take the safe wire side. Over on the other side of the map, action coming through. Marksman finally finds that kill, but Ember have lost one up in the north. Raptors as well, and so we're into a 4v3 on objective defense. Weakened a bit, but Marksman has relocated back, so coverage again from that window down into the main street, which is super important for them. If they don't have it, it's really just Masono watching this front push.
This is a dangerous situation, having somebody that far away. The nice part is that Marksman he's watching that cross, and Soldiers takes out Hailfire. But Marksman does have coverage on that cross. Right. If he loses that coverage and they get across, even just taking out Massino would be enough, because you can cap from that little courtyard area right outside of the objective.
He has dropped. Oh, he returns back. Did he see Switch out in the middle of the street? I don't know. He's going to go back down. Switch might make this cross undetected.
I think, yeah, it looks like he made it. I don't think at this point Marksman knows. And if he can get the drop on Massino, Switch checking his tablet.
You can cap on the other side of that wall.
Yep. He could just crawl through there.
Ooh. Lightshaper finds Marksman, so that is one threat down, and now eyes all on him. Masono very dialed in. Soldiers should be on a rotation, and that could harm Switch.
Oh.
-1.
A huge denial. That could have been bad news if Massino goes down there, but he peeks wide, checking all his angles, catches out one, and now it's up to Lightshaper in a 1v3, a reverse situation here for Ember now.
Soldiers decides to go into Marksman's old spot, assuming he wants to watch that cross. Yeah, there it is. He's watching the cross from the east, which is so critical on this objective. And now they just have to wait and not peek too much. Distorted is getting dangerously close to that edge in center burning, and Lightshaper watching. As I say that, he rotates away. Oh, and Soldier spots him. And that is the round.
A very good defensive hold. Raptors saying, hey, we can do this also. Ties up 1-1 apiece, and this is what you expect when you get up into this round robin stage. This is what you you get, this level of back and forth, this even matched competition. And I mean, Theta, this could be what we're going to be in for all day. Just a consistent bit of back and forth. The thing is, though, is that again, we're in the early rounds. What's going to happen when these teams start to get comfortable with their shots, when they start to get into that rhythm, when a cap or two starts to be on the playing field? With this next objective, I've seen it capped a few times, but it is not really easy to cap on. It's the defense, all the defensive positions you can take. There's so many.
Indeed, and this one is a bit on the spicy side because there's that sneaky little cap behind the fuselage that you can get. So especially if you're the last one up, this can be extremely stressful to defend.
Very true.
And with a team that's as cap happy as Ember is, I would be particularly worried when we get to the defensive round for Raptors. Raptors also, not to downgrade their capping abilities. They're also excellent cappers in their own right.
I almost anticipate them, though, to come out maybe looking for more kills. I feel like when we were watching them on Cargo, they did go for the cap attempt up through the center, but once they couldn't get that initial code in, they did go for the kills to lock in their round win. And so, I am curious if they are going to sort of stick to that plan on their offensive rounds, just try and hunt for those kills, look for the picks, and work their way up to the objective slowly but surely, or if we are going to see cap attempts from them. Because, like we said, cap attempts gets you a lot. So, we'll find out as we hop into round number 3. Let's pop in the Raptors.
Watch north side for that shot to south. Just be careful.
Make it across.
Let's do it. He should be here.
I'm across with you guys.
Side anyway.
Standard talk, Theta. Just talking about crossing strat, making sure everybody knows where they're going to be going. The 3-2 split, very clearly the process here. And I wonder if they're just going to try and cross this street with no utility.
They already have 2 in hospital. Quokka's in the center, burning, watching that. He just gave a call out. He spotted one south, so now they're aware. They have at least one attack vector covered. And the question is, where are the rest of the attackers?
Yeah, well, they just got identified. At least one did. Rypick crossed and was ID'd by, I believe, Lightshaper up on that 2-story. Took some shots over there off the corner, and now he's tucked in and is just peeking. He's not trying to go for any kills here, and that's the wise decision. As you can see, Marksman is trying to laser in on his head there.
Soldiers took some shots at Quokka. Quokka tried to return fire. And Hailfire is reinforcing his position in the garage area, the gas station. If anybody crosses out from that hospital, Hailfire has an excellent angle on them. But he's getting a little greedy now.
Nice.
Echo 4, center
Good
burning.
coordinated play there. Masino comes up from the center in support after getting kind of denied the cross. Hailfire goes down to Distorted on the backside, and Ember have lost their south control. That's not exactly ideal, as that is one of the entry points to the underground, and with Switch and Lightshaber up on these advantage points, they should be able to deny some semblance of a cross. The problem is that there is the north flank coming. And look at the overhead. You can see Raptors have one that managed to cross and another now that is also a cross.
Raptors have plenty of time, too. They can just continue this encirclement. They can now press their southern advantage and send a couple of people in the north, although they do. The defenders have, as I said that, I was going to say they have somebody on the roof, but he just went down.
Echo 4, kill
Now they can do a complete encirclement because they have the north and south controlled. This is not the position you want to be in when you're on defense of this objective.
Yeah, Ember getting pulled down here. 5 alive for Raptors. They have to go for the cap attempt. You just are not going to get a better opportunity. You have so much utility in your pockets available. And speaking of, oh, that's a great nade toss. That would be right into a common defensive position on the corner. Nobody there, though. Oh, no, and Milkman down. Lightshaber, the sole defender. Raptors are on the hunt for kills here, even though now they have a certainly a very accurate kill count. Masino tries to go in for the pinch on that corner. That cap position you were talking about, Lightshaber catches him out. Raptors down at least one, but Lightshaber, realizing he's the sole defender, has to sort of scramble around on OBJ.
And Rypick now in a position. He's got his tablet out. He's going into that spot.
Oh, no.
There it is. He's in the spot, but Lightshaber can look through that crack and get him if he just checks it.
But Distorted's there as well. Distorted, if he takes those shots onto Lightshaber, it's going to be bad news. Rypick's there, pads out on Distorted as well. Lightshaber's not going to check the crack. Rypick's trying to cap. Lightshaber is going to swing around to the corner soon. Tries to take shots. Look at everybody here looking for this cap. Soldiers, all those runes hit, but Rypick finally punches in the code. No, Distorted did it.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say Distorted's the one that finally put the code in there. And look, in Rypick's defense, that spot, is really tricky to cap in. You actually have to hold the tablet in a specific angle in order to make it work. So either way, though, what an encirclement, and then just planning and playing that perfectly to get the cap.
Yeah, you have to play it that way. You have to play it that way. With the advantage they had, it's the right way to do it. The only thing that you really got to point out is that advantage doesn't come into play if there's not good communication. If they don't have accurate kill counts on who's dead, who's alive, where they've been shot from. Okay, they knew we got 5-on-1 right now. We are not going to get this kill. We're all going to go in for the cap. I mean, you had 3 at one point around objectives. Smokes were on it. Lightshaper was there around the OBJ, but played it just a touch too passive for being the lone defender there. Didn't check all the nooks and crannies. And at the end of the day, I think the cap came in from the smoke there. Distorted, capped through the doorway at OBJ, or just on the other side of it, at least, under a smoke. And so, not what I expected, at least. I had my bet with Ember getting the cap here to start, at least for the first cap of the day. But Raptors are here and with an early 3-1 lead right now. I think this is, let's do the math. This is Raptors pick? Yes, because they are higher seed. So Raptors map pick, not shocking, I guess, then, that we do have a 3-1 scoreline. But at this point, I mean, map pick doesn't mean a lot.
No, and at this level, in the postseason in particular, it's all these teams are good at all the maps.
Yep.
Like, everybody has like a couple of weak points here and there, but it's not like there's any map where one team you would expect to get blown out by the other. That was just a well-executed play. There's really not a lot you can do about that, especially the sole defender. If they don't want to give up the cap opportunity, you're going to be in a tough spot 5v1 there.
Could be into some early action here, Theta, as Marksman does take just a gander up over to the north, where all of Ember is pushing in. The crater spawn has come through. And I think it's been ID'd by Distorted. Rypick swings out to find one from the back of White Car, and Marksman is purposely staying tucked in. They're allowing Ember at least some control of the north.
This is the situation you want to be in when you're 3-1 up, is you want them to take risks. They know they have to. And so you can just kind of kick back and play it safe and let them run out in the open, let them make the mistakes.
And it's just a really good defensive setup. Masono has the back of Marksman. Marksman's a point threat, and so Ember is trying to get rid of him first. But they have all sorts of coverage. Rypick's watching the north ramp up. Marksman has a good line of sight down, and he's got his back covered. Milkman's trying to work his way around there, but Masono is shutting that down with some suppressive fire.
This is not a good spot for them to be in. 5 up on defense, 3 left on offense. And they know where you are, too, so just have to think through this problem, see if you can rotate or something out of it, but this is a tough one to deal with.
Milkman's here looking for the challenge, and he finds it. Masono goes down. That's Marksman's back watch gone. So now Marksman is concerned about his flank. That drops him off that key angle. Lightshaper lacks a bit of, Rypick lacks the coverage he needs on the Lightshaper, but just as I say that, Marksman swings up and finds both.
I got two. Echo 3. Echo 2.
It's all up to Milkman. Oddly enough, he is in position. If he can get past Marksman, he might be able to get a cap opportunity. Just a matter of whether he can slip into that crack or not.
Yeah, where's Rypick is the question. You're absolutely right. Milkman's here. He's crouched down.
Oh, if he just prones,
no.
He might actually get there.
No. There is a hole in this Raptors defense. Soldiers is here defending. If Soldiers goes down, though, Milkman can sprint in. He gets the kill. Milkman's now charging in. Pad comes out. Can Ember rebuttal with the cap? Milkman has the opportunity. Distorted's crashing in behind him, and Milkman's punching in the code. He has limited time, not all the time in the world. Distorted finds it.
One down OBJ, one left. Are you still up?
Oh, man.
I think that's it. I think we're into a bugged lobby.
Yep, it's over.
Wow. Ember nearly come back from a tough cap, but we've seen this before. Raptors deny that cap, and a bit like Silent Purge, Ember lose their first map. Now, I would say in this round-robin format with 2 maps apiece per team that you're playing, losing a map's not the end of the world, right? We can almost expect there to be losses on everybody's scoreline today.
Yeah, you can even lose an entire match in some cases, depending on what's going on, and still make it to the next stage. It just depends on what happens with everybody else. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world losing one map. It's not great, but you can still make it to the next round if you play the rest of the playoffs very well.
Oh, whoops, I forgot we have a second map yet to go. I accidentally backed out thinking maybe we could drop into the other matchup, but oh yeah, we actually are going to reset the lobby anyway. Vikings currently playing on Shipyard. Can't jump into that action as their round is in progress, and we don't want to disturb anything on that side. But maybe we could pop over there. We'll see. I don't know if I was expecting Raptors to 4-1 out the gate here, but if they're slow on their second map pick, you know, because where is Ember's choice now, and they are down. Where do they go from here? There's 2 bands apiece on each side, so a limited map pool to choose from, but it's probably one that there's not going to be really too many comfort picks available, right? They're going to have to go into something that is not necessarily the bread and butter.
You're right about that. So I'm looking at the stats here. Ember, so their best maps are USS Quest, Bazaar, and Quarantine. So we've already played Quarantine. I don't know what the bans are. They didn't communicate that to us.
Right.
But I know for a fact they love USS Quest. It's just a matter of was that taken off the table or not. And they also love Bazaar, I think mostly because they have so many capital objectives there. So if I were Ember, those are the 2 maps I'd want.
I need to do some research here. I'm seeing the lobby being recrafted on Quarantine, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, there wasn't anything unusual about that last round. I don't know. Aside from the fact that it didn't stop when it was supposed to.
I wonder what happened. I'm not sure why they would be replaying that.
I'll communicate with one of them.
Sure, yeah.
Get an answer about that.
Try and figure it out. Again, maybe we can, hopefully this round will end shortly for Vikings, and we can just kind of pop into that game and see what the status is of their first map. I'm perfectly fine bouncing around today, Theta. There's plenty of games live to be played at, well, 2 games, technically, to be tuning in here today. And, you know, we will be catching Vikings later in the schedule for this main stream. But I think next up is going to be Raptors and Dead Logic, if I'm not mistaken. And then we'll have Vikings and Dead Logic.
So it's interesting. I'm talking to the Raptors right now. They're saying that Milkman got that cap.
What?
And register, which I'm not sure about that. I think maybe there was some confusion there. I don't know, but that is ostensibly why they are rehosting it.
Wow. I mean, hey, both teams are in here readied up, so I'm going to be in the lot, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're asking for, let's see.
I got to set the scores. I'll do that.
Yeah, I was going to say they probably want 3-3 then.
Wow. Well, that changes quite a lot, doesn't it? Ember have seemingly bounced back and secured the cap. What? We're not refs, you know. We don't deal with mods. I don't deal with bugs. There are issues that happen from time to time, and we definitely saw one there. I wouldn't put it past that the cap came through and we didn't get to see it. It seemed as the cap would have come through right before we died, that's when the issues started to happen, and we didn't get the scoreline, and that one player disconnected on the other side of the map in the north. And so again, just looking at all of the tech things that I've seen, I don't think it's out of the question. So maybe for those that are confused, it seems like we had a bug. Ember locked in that cap. They bounced back cap for cap, and we are tied here 3-3 on map 1 still. We're going to continue on with Raptors and Ember. We're not going to bounce over to Vikings because, well, this is a heck of a round 1 to start off with, Theta.
No kidding. That changed everything, and what a cap, if that's really what happened. Again, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that's what happened. They said there was a 1 objective next to Milkman's name in the tent.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Just crazy that he did that because he found the one wrinkle on their defense. And we were both sitting here thinking, like, no way is he going to be able to get away with this. And then he did. So, what a play.
I mean, it was there. It looked like such a good defensive setup from Raptors, and maybe that's why it ended up failing. They felt so confident in their setup. They had those early picks. It was looking good. And then suddenly things fall apart as the dive in to the objective comes through. The crouch down. I mean, just really... Let's also think about that. Perfectly played, right? Just a great entry up to that objective. The perfect path to take to stay under the radar. And as soon as he gets the kill to come in there, the cap has to come in time. I mean, crazy.
That's Onward for you.
Wow. Okay, well, everyone, our emotions have gone all over the place for round 1.
Yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster. We're only in the first match.
I guess it's getting us ready for the rest of the day.
They're playing tight.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar setup to the fuselage objective in terms of defense. Quokka, Hailfire, and Center Burning, and then 2 in the hospital for the Raptors. And it looks like they're taking a much less peaky, aggressive defensive posture for Ember at this time because Quokka was checking quite a bit last time around, and now he's just kind of hanging out watching the tank cross.
One underground.
I was going to say that. He challenges Masono, and that challenge went wrong last time. Masono caught the kill up through the center.
He's still alive. He's alive. He's alive.
Doesn't grab the head there, though, and Quokka's alive for a bit longer. All 5 still up and at him, and as long as Quokka stays tucked in, he's good. He can hold these late angles. He doesn't need to peek out and look for soldiers where he is. He can let soldiers cross in that gap that he's holding now, but Quokka just can't help it. He continues to peek out. He finds Distorted, but the refrag from soldiers. 1-for-1 trade comes through. 3-3, we're tied up all the way through still.
And the interesting bit about that moment is now Raptors have an accurate kill count, but Ember does not. Because nobody on Ember has any way of knowing that Quokka got that kill because he was refragged instantly. But the Raptors got the refrag, so now they have to know there's 4 left. That creates a little bit of confusion for Ember. And in a round like this, that can compound into something serious.
Soldiers pillaging the resources from his teammate's dead body. A common tactic that we see here in Onward, one that is unique to the likes of VR. Here, Marksman scoops up Switch with a nice shot, and that's going to put Ember at a bit of a deficit, 4-3, as Raptors gain some more control all around objective. Lightshaper's in a very dangerous spot. If he peeks any of either of those sides, Marksman has a nice line of sight down onto it, and Rypick is soon to be pushing.
Downstairs center.
And this is such an anxiety-driving objective because they can cap from outside. They get close enough, so they start throwing smokes around. It's not even that you're necessarily trying to cover for anything. Rypick with a nice shot on a Hailfire. But you just create that anxiety because people smoke and then they get right outside the objective and cap. Ooh, but Milkman shuts that down. So their closest cap threat now dead.
Marksman nearly tags Light Shaper. Quick heal comes in. Soldiers almost catches his back, and Light Shaper, like I said, in a bit of a bind. Able to trade his life for Messino's, though. Keeps Ember close to even. Milkman in a 1v2 now, and is on objective defending. A minute 30 left for Raptors to work with, and so time could become an element here.
Problem with this objective is you can't play too passively on it, because even from the inside, if somebody gets close to the objective, say they come through the fuselage or something, you cannot see them, even if you look outside. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more of a rotation towards the center, because if they do that, they have a direct line to a cap. But I think they just want the kill since it's 3-3, and the cap doesn't really matter right now. Soldiers and Marksman, I think, are just waiting for Milkman to expose himself somehow.
Yeah,
He is not
You
obliging.
start crawling.
as long as he doesn't, they have to challenge. The call's coming in. Marksman is going to have Soldiers crawl up. They can cap on the other side of the wall, but that's not going to work. Soldiers goes down, and now Marksman has to challenge. 30 seconds on the clock. We're into a 1v1, 3v3 round one. It doesn't get closer than this, Theta.
Oh, it doesn't. This is what the playoffs are all about. Marksman now rushing in. Is Milkman going to hear him? Is he going to see him? Is he going to know what's going on?
No need for a cap. Milkman has to stay alive. He just tucks back in. Marksman has to
10
challenge.
seconds.
The time's running out. Marksman can go for a cap here and win the round. Milkman's diving back and tucks in. Marksman can't find it. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's how you play the round. What a smart way to do it. Marksman could have capped. That would have been the solution there after not finding those shots, but the time, he just didn't have the time, and what a great way to back off and play that. Ember come back and lock this one in 4-3.
Crazy. What a crazy map. And Milkman just MVP on this map for Ember. Not only did he get that wild through the middle cap, but on top of that, what a play at the end there, because most players don't have the discipline. They hear shots coming near objective and they push out and say, I'm just not going to let a cap happen. He was so conscious of the clock that he just played hide and seek with Marksman, and wow, running out like that, that was just, I don't know if I've ever seen that on that objective before. That was something else.
Well, you know, the whole time I just kind of keep flashing back to what we were talking about in the pre-show with how the meta changes, and how with Trip in that big switch. You remember that huge rotation from Potent Cake where he goes all the way around USS Quest? We had it on the replay. We had it. We replayed on the pre-show. He goes all the way around the USS Quest on defense to deny the cap, and it's players are playing for kills sometimes when the defense knows it, and so if you can play into that hand, I mean, there's just so many different mind games that go on in the postseason. Ember are able to capitalize on it. 4-3 out the gate here. We should be going to map 2 soon. I do see Vikings in their second map. We could just pop over to that instead. We can grab the map number 2 of the Vikings series to please all of the folks across the board. Although that was a heck of a start, and I'm curious where Ember are going to be going for their second map. Maybe you could pull it, Theta. What do you think?
Well, I'm in the Vikings Dead Logic game if you want to go over there, but
All right, we'll
either
pop
way.
over there. Oh, whoops, I just backed up. Yeah, we'll pop over to Vikings Dead Logic, give everyone a taste of the action that's going on today. Very curious to see how these two teams are playing. You know, this has been, again, a heck of a start to this round-robin group stage. And for those that maybe aren't familiar with how this is all working out, we have 3 rounds being played. There are 4 teams in this round robin. so that means that 2 matches are being played simultaneously. What we just watched was Ember come back and defeat Raptors in map 1. In the meanwhile, another map was being played between Dead Logic and Vikings. We are now going to cut over to that other series for their second map and give everybody a bit of best of both worlds. And we will see what this matchup is looking like. If I'm not mistaken, it is an EU matchup too, right?
Yes, both teams are EU. They're exiting the lobby, though. I don't know if they're having technical issues. So
we may stick with Raptors and Ember. Yeah, we just kind of bounce around to whatever game is live, truly. That's going to be the format of today. We want to give you action wherever it is. And so, yeah, I think we're going to head over to USS Quest, of all things, Theta, for map number 2 with Ember and Raptors. Sorry for the fake out for those that may be looking forward to some Vikings. We are, again, going to have them on the stream guaranteed for round 3. So, if anything, that'll be when it really does matter to win or lose. It'll determine. We'll know in that third round who our we'll have an idea of who our winners could be. But yes, we are going to stick here for map number 2. We are going to head to USS Quest. And Theta, you said you wanted to see some custom maps get played out. Well, this is one of my favorite custom maps.
Yeah, and this is a heavily Ember favored pick because Raptors have a 56% round win rate on this, and Ember, it is their best map. They have a 68% round win rate, and it just the geography of this map and the way that it's structured favors Ember's playstyle so much. They love to be aggressive, they love to flank, and if you can get away with that and you're good at it, this is your playground. And Raptors, not to say they can't do it, it's just not their preferred way of doing things, which I think ends up being a pretty big disadvantage for them here.
This map is interesting. You know, it definitely lends itself to the close quarters combat, to that aggressive, almost cargo style of push. But there's variety in how you really do approach this. You have those edges. You have the red lane. You have the edge of the that side crack that just gives you so much versatility in your strats. And I'm sure Raptors, if they weren't already, are on their toes now. Ember are the same. I mean, they were on the cusp of losing that map 4-1, Theta. I mean, they barely got that code to get it to 3-3. Raptors have come out swinging, and I don't think this is going to be an easy one, despite their win rate.
No, and it's always anybody's map in the postseason, as I was saying before. It's never going to be an expectation that someone's going to blow out the other. If that happens, it's unusual.
In we go. Folks coming out on the defensive side. Distorted catches one. Soju with a quick pickup. Switch trades with Rypick, but he's resible. That's going to swing Distorted around. Masono tries to come in and cover. Another trade up through the center. And just like that, we're into a 3v2. Milkman and Soju, the final 2 left alive. That's a good nade toss that comes up and over from Rypick to catch out Milkman.
That's one element of the Raptors that I think doesn't get talked about enough, is they have become excellent at using nades. If you ever play against them, they are absolute terrorists with nades.
Interesting set of flashes coming in there from Raptors, trying to maybe just take nades off of their dead teammates or enemies and tossing them out. But Soju, I think, was blinded for a little bit there. Let's see him kind of just blind firing his line. Rypick doesn't peek that out, and just as Soju drops off, Rypick peeks, and just as Rypick drops off, Soju crosses. That is textbook Onward. Milkman's still resable here. Soju hasn't gotten this res. He's got to pick him up.
Maybe the body is in a different spot for him since it's client side, but based on what I'm seeing, he would be safe on the revive.
He needs to get the syringe.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That was like 3 crosses as Rypick just continued to drop the coverage there. Soju makes it. He's going to go for thirds or fourths maybe even. Doesn't spot right pick out, and both Soju and Milk are at least taking a pause in their push forward here. Milkman drops back and is going to drop off to the side. That's actually going to be their best route. The least covered. If he has to crouch along that side, he'll be completely free to just push up to their backside.
Milkman now going for a flank. Oh, Marksman's not expecting this. Oh, maybe he is. Never mind. He might have heard it.
Yeah, I think that was Marksman's shot to stay on the back. Soju comes forward, finds two, but can't survive through it. The trade and Marksman with the last one alive. Raptors have the lead, 1-0. If this is how this is going to go, Theta, I mean, you know, 6 maps of this, it's going to be, just think, I'm going to be having a great time. My voice is going to be shredded after the end of this weekend, but imagine playing this right now. I mean, the intensity of every round.
Yeah, I've always joked about this. Like, the most entertaining for the audience, those matches, those are always the ones that want to give you a heart attack, basically. Like, everybody's in the audience like, oh, this is incredible, I want to see more of this, and you're just thinking to yourself, oh god, I need this to end, I can't handle the stress anymore.
Yeah.
You know, like a 3-3 round like we just saw before, like that's what we all sit here and we want to see that. But when you're in the headset, that's the last thing you want. You want it to be a 4-1 and done or something. Like, you don't want to have any of that stress.
Wow. Yeah, you want, yeah. You want what Ember had. You want, or what Raptors had. You want that 4-1. I mean, if anything, think of the mental shift they have to make. I mean, I guess to that point, they probably knew as soon as that round was done that they didn't win it because Ember were telling them, and so we didn't have that communication, so we didn't know. But still, to have to then think you've got that 4-1 and then shift to going, oh, no, we don't. We're 3-3, and then lose the map 4-3. It takes so much focus, you know, to continue to play like this, and for Raptors to bounce back and get a point out the gate and stay locked in for this next Marsoc round. I mean, it just goes to show, again, how competitive we are here in this round robin.
Not about it.
On number 2 we go.
Oh, fuck.
Heavy smoke application coming through.
What the fuck?
Quokka gets one. We're not even 20 seconds in. Quokka just got 2. Now Raptors down to 3. Ember just lost Quokka, so 3v4 in favor of the defense.
Yeah, they just denied this central push with the smokes, and it seemed like it was an attempt in distracting the Ember defense. Ember instead just used it to push forward. They utilized those smokes to their advantage. Switch is now kind of extended forward up through the center and is going to be able to deny any rotation if Distorted Soldiers and Masono want to rotate. And he's actually going to go hunting for more. He's going to continue to push forward. Masono's going to have to stay on his guard as he watches for the flank here.
Soju decides to press a little bit on the red lane and then proceeds to bounce back after he gets shot at. And then Masinos, he evens it out, and now it's 3v3.
You know, there's so many things that go through your mind. You know, I'm gonna be a tournament performer. I'm gonna excel. I'm gonna find the kills. I'm gonna save this round. Can result in, well, now it's 3-3.
Yeah.
Switch getting a little too aggressive. Masono playing it well. I think he heard the comms up through the center and tucked in and just waited for him to cross out. And now it's opened up, the center push. Hailfire goes down to Distorted up through the middle. No one's been there this whole time until suddenly Distorted returns because there's no defense there anymore. And Switch goes down, and now Ember into a 2v3 at a disadvantage.
Milkman already tossed out his C4 onto the red lane. So he is going to be dependent on his shooting skills at this point.
Yeah, that's tough in red lane. You know, utility's big here because of this crouch coverage. Impenetrable cement bricks, and so he can't really challenge that unless you just want to challenge a head peek, which is tough. Soldiers does continue to push forward, but still, he doesn't have any idea of Milkman's location as long as Milkman stays crouched. He's out of the line of sight. Trade up the middle, and now it's all up to Milkman on objective. I think he has the right coverage. He can stay tucked in on this little L. He doesn't have to worry about a cap from the other side of the crate. I don't think that's possible. He doesn't have to worry about soldiers since he's rotated back to get the res on the Messino. 240 left. And yeah, Milkman was concerned about the other side of that crate, so he does check that. So obviously a potential cap opportunity here for Raptors if Distorted can push up. Could you imagine another Raptors lead like that 3-0 on Ember's map pick?
Yeah, that would be pretty wild. Hard to get away with, though. Milkman's in a good position to cover the cap. It's certainly possible they could cap, but I think it's going to be a challenge. He seems to be pretty well covered there. There aren't really any sneak cap positions on this objective either. You have to get right on it. Although I guess they could smoke it and then do that.
Yeah. And now Milkman knows Soldiers is there on red lane. Distorted is going to be going for a wide flank soon here, and Milkman definitely not checking the long back angle. Distorted spots him out, and Raptors are going to take the guaranteed W. Lock in that kill, and you know, hey, we've seen the risk, and we've seen that not pay off. Trying to go for that cap bites you in the butt. We saw it really pay off in that first map of today, but Raptors just not going for that cap when they didn't feel the need to, taking the round 2-0. I mean, that's still a great start for them on Ember's map pick to have this lead right now. I mean, they now go on the defense, fresh objective. Granted, this next objective is a tough one to defend.
No doubt about it. And even though, of course, I was saying this is Ember's advantage in terms of pick, you never know. And any given Sunday, or I guess in our case, any given Saturday, that applies to this game. You don't really know what's going to happen. There's probabilities that can lean one way or another, but particularly when you're playing at the master level, it's anybody's map, and you always have to treat it that way. You can never walk into a map thinking this is ours for sure. Yeah. We are not going to take them seriously because you will pay for that over and over again.
Yeah. I don't think, to the point, though, Ember are out of this by any means. They are very clearly a team capable of coming back to be down 3-1 on map 1 and go for a cap when you're in a 1v3. That's crazy. They are not afraid to take risks, and sometimes those risks net them rewards, map 1 being a big reward for them. And so I'm not counting them out just yet. Raptors have to be careful as well to not do that. They have to stay disciplined throughout every single round of the entire day, truly. There can be no point where they can relax.
Because I've been shitty with smoke.
That's the hard part about these tournaments. You just have to stay focused throughout the whole
you want me to
thing.
take?
And you got a long day
got
on a day like this. You just have to grit your teeth and be ready for that.
Same time, some players really love it. It's a long day of good quality action, and if you want to play Onward on your Saturday, this is a great way to do it. And so I'm sure both these teams having a good time. Quokka's having a good time. He's found an early pick, and he's charging in through smokes. Soldiers is down on objective. Quokka's here with Tablet out. Marksman has to swing around and deny it. Right pick comes diving in. The whole rotation from Raptors shuts it down. The switch swings wide, and we are into chaos on objective. Raptors on the cusp of being capped on. Everybody gets picked off in through the smoke. Theta doesn't have any time to talk. Ember lock in the round.
So wild. I thought Cuoco was about to get away with that. He was right on the edge of the smoke.
Yep.
There were some shots taken initially, but it looked like Marksman was going to back off, but then he pushed into the smoke and took him out because, wow, Cuoco is so quick on that. Give him 3 seconds and it's 2 points on the board. A great adjustment. Even they lost the round, but the fact that they didn't get capped on was a bit of an accomplishment in that situation.
Yeah. Yes, I think you're right in that, but what a great attack from Ember now. You know, they really shifted the tides. It was a huge round for them. You know, just to get the round win, I think, obviously the most important element for them there is they did go for those kills. And they now go on the defense. So the question is, how do you play this? How does Raptors play this? Do they get aggressive? Are they really looking for a cap when it's 2-1 right now? And they have that, well, I guess, yeah, you know, points matter at the end of the day. If they can win 4-1, it certainly would be good. And this is an objective to try it on.
No doubt about it. And also, a round like that can really rattle a team psychologically because that round was over. I don't remember what the clock was. It was less than a minute. And after you just put up 2 points, you're feeling confident, and then boom, you get wiped in a minute. And it's not a good feeling at all. And now you've got to deal with that. And you have to attack, which is the worst because on attack, you have to have kind of this positive mindset of, I'm going to go in and impose my will. But you just got wiped in a minute, so how do you keep that going?
Yep. Yeah, it's tough, especially when you don't manage to get a ton of kills. As there's 3 or 4 left alive there on that Raptor on that Ember attack. So see how they adjust. Ember going to go on the defense here for round number 4. Yes, no caps have come through yet. They've been close, but round number 4 of map 2.
Quokka and Switch running straight into the offense, but Quokka gets picked before he can do any damage. Switch still made it through, though. Oh, and he just got spotted.
We have a lot to talk about here with this strategy. We're going to see if Switch can find any picks, but this is a fake push from Raptors. They intentionally smoke heavy. You can hear the call out to play fast. Switch does find one, can't find a second. But that was I love this from Raptors. The heavy smokes threw Ember off very clearly. The call out was to push through it. The push through the smokes ended up in death because Raptors were actually waiting for the counter aggression to come in from Ember and shut it down. They played perfectly into the hand there, and they have at least some advantage. 4-3, could have been 5-3, but thankfully a kill comes through from Switch, and Ember are not completely out of this. There's a good headshot from Hailfire to even the odds.
Oh, and Hailfire taking the same tactic. He shoots and moves, and he goes up. It's just kind of the thing that throws people off about Ember is when they rotate on defense, they don't rotate back. They rotate forward. And if you're used to playing other teams, you are not used to that play style, and it can really put a team on tilt if they're not used to it. Oh, and Distorted coming down the red lane. He is going to run into Milkman here in no time.
Yeah, Milkman playing that tucked in corner, really waiting for that late angle. And if he really wants to play it patient, I mean, he can let Distorted push up on him and tuck back into that corner and surprise Distorted with a pop-up. So a lot of options here for Milkman, and I like this corner hold here. It's very patient. It's trusting, though, of his team. It takes a little bit to swing up and out and get to objective from there. And so if Soju or Hailfire go down, he has to be quick to push up and defend.
Milkman tosses a C4. It doesn't find anybody with it. Soldier's been creeping his way along this edge. I can see a little bit of a wrinkle here because if he can get close to the objective through the alley, or the catwalk, whatever you want to call it on the side, and get to Soju, there's an opening.
Yeah, Milk is away. Hailfire's up through the center, though. He can be a quick reaction. He does have, if there is coverage from Masono, that would be nice, but he's going to join Distorted. So it is very much a solo mission here for Soldiers if he decides to try and push forward.
He has to come up on that ramp, too. There's not another one that's closer to the objective.
Yeah.
I guess he could go all the way back on the other side, but then he'd be exposing himself to Milkman and any other defenders he'd expect there. So I think he's going to have to make a move near this ramp one way or another.
Oh, and there it is. He's giving his position away. He spotted Soju. He went for the headshot. That would have been the big pickup. Then Hailfire would have had to rotate. But Hailfire knows there's the ramp there, and he has to come up it. Distorted, able to draw some attention. Soldier swings up, catches Hailfire with a quick snapshot. Soju has to be here to react and find Soldiers. Distorted's threatening Milkman, so Milkman can't react. We're into a firefight over on the other side. The duck down, the click, everyone has to reload. Milkman backs off, Nate comes up over the top. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the battle rages on as Milkman even tries to support up over the top onto Soldiers. It's really now a 2v2, 1v3 as Soju loses support from Distorted. Soju has to defend this all alone. Soldiers could potentially cap if he pushes up and goes for it.
They go for the surefire win, which I don't blame them. Well, 3-1.
It's been the theme for them, at least so far in this map, and it's gotten them, to your point, 3-1. Here's the thing, though. If Ember can bounce back and then go on the defense, I think they can almost play into that hand a little bit more, knowing that Raptors are not necessarily going to go for the cap and that the on-objective defense isn't really as important, because Raptors have not made an attempt yet on this map to go for a cap on the objectives. They have just been hunting for kills in this close quarters space, and it seems to be working. Ember down 3-1 on their map choice, and well, they do go on the attack. We do go to a tough to cap objective, and so I wonder what the plan is.
I don't know. All I know is that Ember is never out of the fight. As we saw in the last map, we were down to the same exact scoreline. They came back and won.
True.
And this is every objective on this map is highly cappable. And when you have somebody like Quokka or somebody like Milkman on your team, that possibility is always looming large. So Raptors need to play very smart on defense here. They can't loosen up at all if they want to take this map away from Ember. Yeah,
they do not have the luxury. And again, it'll be that way all day today. No team has the luxury to relax. Raptors will be going up against Dead Logic next on this channel. And so that will be interesting. See how they square up against that squad, especially if they can at least get a map dub from Ember here. It puts them in contention. You know, it doesn't necessarily, and even then, like we said, if you lose 2 maps, you're not out of it in this round robin. And so first couple of rounds, everybody's feeling each other out, everybody's warming up, and still it's been exciting. What is the rest of this going to hold for us? Who knows? We still got rounds ahead of us. Round number 5, 3-1 Raptors.
That's not safe at all.
And Ember not slowing down in the slightest. Already Quokka towards the middle of the map. So is Switch on the red lane. They're coming out with guns blazing.
Very least looking to get them blazing. No shots ringing out yet as the stealth push here from Quokka continues to happen. He's made it very far forward, but everyone holding late angles. Switch finds one. Milkman threatens Marksman on the side. Marksman dives down. Quokka finds that headshot. Pushing up through the center now. He has to worry about Distorted. He nearly gets past him. Messino able to catch that kill. Switch with a quick refrag. The back pick from Rypick. Everyone crashing onto objective as Hellfire looks for the shots. Rypick goes down on the backside. He's hunting for Hellfire. He can't find him. Hellfire's tucked in. Is he thinking cap right now?
Maybe he's hoping Soju can come in on the opposite side or something. I don't know how he would do it himself, but maybe. Oh, and Rypick runs right into his barrel. And here we go, 3-2.
Yep.
It's not over yet, guys. It is not over yet.
Could not count any team in this group stage out. Any team in this round robin out. Raptors push up early, but Ember have come back. At least so far in every map, because we've only had one, but Here we go. Now they have to defend against an objective, like we said, that is perfectly defensible. I think maybe Raptors just played it a little bit too passive. You know, they were playing too late of angles.
And that's another trap you can fall into is
Sure.
you get that lead, and then it's like you tighten up, but you tighten up too much. And now you're like not trying to put any kind of pressure on the other team, and that can backfire too. It's just a delicate balancing act you have to execute whenever you're playing at this level.
Everyone take a little hydration break. You're into map 2, and already it has been a heck of a series. I gotta wonder what that Dead Logic Viking series looked like, and if it's anything like this one shaped up to be. Actually, we can toggle the standings. I don't know if anyone wants spoiler alerts. We'll see if the standings are reported in 5 seconds. Everyone close your eyes if you don't want to see them. I don't think we have score lines reported yet, so I don't know if those have been updated. Looking at the, yeah, I don't see anything updated yet. So, the game probably hasn't finished. They are on to their second map. That's all I do know, so that they were synced up pretty close. But, again, we will be catching Vikings later on, guaranteed, so no worries there if you're a fan. Popping into the action as we do get back to round number 6. Ember on their comeback, and they're going to look at the difference in defense. Look at how much more aggressive they are getting. A switch and Quokka pushed much farther forward here.
They're at the mouth of Red Alley on their side. Mouth of Red Alley, facing towards objective.
Lots of communication both sides after those shots. Neither side wants to give up an inch right now. Wow, what a grenade. I don't know if you caught that, but
No,
Quokka, that blew up right on top of Distorted's head. What a toss.
Revive and the frag, though. Yeah, it's end of the day a negative for Ember. Raptors up 5-4. It's so hard to push that lane sometimes if you don't have, especially on defense. I don't know if there was really a need to try and pressure that, you know?
No, but that's Ember's play style. Like I said, they get kills or they get it down, they rotate forward. That can really backfire on them if you're playing against a more patient offense.
Yeah, and Raptors have demonstrated they're capable of throwing out that patient offense. They put out smokes and played it passive the round before on defense. They're putting up a similar style here where they've let Ember push into them, and it's just really good homework on Raptors' side. That's a long-range nade that goes just a touch too far, just over Switch's head. But I think we're really just seeing Raptors playing into their cheat sheet, so to speak. They've done their research on Ember. They know how they like to play on defense for certain places and certain styles, and it nearly netted them a 4-1 on map 1, and now it's nearly netting them a 4-2 on map 2. They just have to continue to execute like they have been, which is the challenge against, again, these high-tier teams. And so Ember are making this very difficult for Raptors, but a little bit of trading over on red lane results in a bunch of nothing. And we're just waiting for them to push forward.
One down, rotating away from center green, Echo 3.
Switch goes down in the middle. Now it's all up to 3. They've got a pretty good defensive picture right now, although they're not... Yeah, I would say it's a pretty solid setup they have for the moment. But 3v5, that's always tough.
Hellfire sees Distorted cross, misses those shots in his tight bit of coverage. They gotta be careful here. Everyone is on the hunt through these lanes. Marksman in particular almost catches out Hailfire. Rypick nearly finds a bit as well. And underneath all this fire, the push comes through. Masono now charges up to the corner. Hailfire has to be pushed up and ready for it. Look at how in sync they are too. This whole Raptors team. All these different angles. No one holding the same space. Everyone pushing forward together.
Echo 2.
But Messino's about to get into the objective. Oh, oh, this is a cap. If Messino's quick enough.
Soju is keen to deny it. He swings out to defend, and Raptors take again the next kill. No caps coming through on this round, but solid kills from Raptors to at least net them one, and we trade a map apiece. At the end of the day, scoreline favors Raptors, though, and so they will come out just slightly on top of Ember here after our first set of games.
Yeah, map apiece. We'll see how that affects them later on. These first matches, you don't really know, but might came. Who knows? Maybe it's such a crazy round robin that ends up being a difference maker for either team.
Ooh, if we join quick, we can catch the tail end of map 2, it seems, for Dead Logic.
Switching over.
No, we just missed it.
Oh.
We just missed it. It didn't look like a close one, though. I believe 4-1 on map 2 to Dead Logic, it seems.
Wow.
But that does mean that we will be quickly cutting in to the second round of the day, which is scheduled to be, like I said, Dead Logic and Raptors here on channel number 1. I believe that is the next set of matches. It could be, let me just double check. Yes, Raptors versus Dead Logic, Raptors being home. Vikings and Ember will be playing at the same time, and so if possible, we'll try and drop into the tail end of that series. But we will be taking a quick break while we get set up for our next round. Do not go anywhere. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is just the start of this round robin postseason, and already it's off to a heck of a start, Theta. We're going to be back with Raptors and Dead Logic. More VRML postseason action in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for the start of round number 2. We are still waiting for teams to get ready and into lobby, but we do have it happening soon. And I just wanted to take a quick pause to discuss this upcoming matchup today, the Raptors versus Dead Logic. We started off with NA versus NA and EU versus EU, but now we're kind of shifting things up a little bit.
Indeed, and now we're going to have the first real clash between the two regions. And interestingly enough, these are two teams that play, in my opinion, pretty similarly. They know how to bring the heat if they want to or if they have to, but by and large, they're more the encircling type of team. They take their time, they figure out where your weaknesses are, and then they pounce, sometimes in the last half of the match. So that's going to be, it's like a strength-on-strength matchup. There's this old saying in fighting that styles make fights, and I look at stuff like this and I'm like, I don't know, at this point I think it's just going to come down to who makes more mistakes than anything, because both of these teams I should say, are going to know how the other side plays.
Yeah, and for those that are wondering what games we're going to be covering here, there are, like I said, 4 teams playing in this round robin. That means there's 2 matches at a time. And so we'll be following Raptors, who are the number 1 seed in this group. They're number 2 overall worldwide. And we'll be following them here against Raptors versus Dead Logic. And then for our next game, Raptors versus Vikings. And so we'll see how this team, fresh since Season 10, will compete up against, again, more veteran squads. They already managed to take 1 away from Ember, but that is not unique. Dead Logic have also taken 1 away from Vikings. Vikings taken 1 away from Dead Logic. So everybody has 1 map apiece right now, Theta, and that means that we are very tight in that ranking and leaderboard.
No doubt about it, and this is going to be a real challenge. I feel like Dead Logic, just EU teams tend to get fewer casts in general, and so they get less of a limelight unless we're talking about beginners and boss fight, the legacy teams. But Dead Logic has wins over boss fight. They have a win over Kai. They beat Supermind, who won half of the Challenger Cup.
Yep.
This is not a team to take lightly at all. And Raptors are going to have their hands full. And likewise, Raptors are nothing to sneeze at. They're number 1 in NA. And they've been putting up good fights all season. I think they only had 4 losses this entire season, so a tough team to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, again, they came storming in Season 10, played well, but sort of struggled when they got into the top 10. A lot like some of these newer teams we've seen in this season as well. Teams like Strive and some of these other squads that did push up into the top 10 early off their first season in, and then had a bit of a challenge, kind of a wake-up call, so to speak. They are very much awake here as they do manage to take 1 from Vikings from Ember. And so we'll see what Raptors can do in Season 11 in this postseason. They've got, again, this opportunity to go up against an EU powerhouse, which is Dead Logic. Like you said, a powerful team. But Raptors, again, are no slouch. They did well against Ember there, nearly taking both maps, but that cap coming in from Ember, bringing that comeback back. And I don't know. I mean, I wonder if Dead Logic are going to be ready for this sort of Raptors style of approach.
I'm not sure. And even though they play similarly, not having any kind of familiarity with the other team, I don't know. You just don't know what you're walking into, and it's kind of a wild card. A lot of these teams in each division, they play each other in scrims constantly, even if they don't play each other in matches all the time, just because of the time zone differences. Right. So Dead Logic plays against beginners and Vikings and all those other teams all the time in scrims and in matches, so they kind of become familiar with themselves. And then same thing with the NA teams. Even the top 10, they all scrim against each other constantly. They play in matches against each other. So you kind of end up adapted to your region, and that's why you see such weirdnesses in these matches between regions, because it's so unusual for them, unless they have a button cup match, which not every team has. Right. They're just never going to get exposure to these teams unless it's deliberate, like through a scrim that gets arranged or something.
Right. Yeah, it's and to your point, again, Dead Logic doesn't have a ton of footage on them. Raptors is a team that I know studies and does their homework, and if you don't have that option, it's again just kind of a mystery as what you're going to get even more. And so you know, having the disadvantage of not having played each other, not being able to really see each other. On the flip side, Dead Logic have tons of footage of Raptors. Raptors have been covered thoroughly through their climb through Season 11. And so I don't really know if Raptors are going to have that ability to surprise Dead Logic. It's really just going to come down to execution for them.
Indeed. And like I was saying before, I think a lot of it comes down when you have teams of this caliber, it's just don't make mistakes more than anything. Like a lot of teams, I think, get caught up trying to play and do something brilliant. And I'm not saying don't ever do that, but when you're playing against people that are this good, it truly comes down to just fundamentals and making sure that you don't leave big openings for the other team. And whoever makes more of those kinds of mistakes tends to lose.
Are just waiting on the 5th from Dead Logic, and we will be underway with map number 1. There they have joined. Coming in for Raptors, we have Rypick, Soldiers, Marksman, Distorted, and Messino, the same roster that just went up against Ember. And over on Dead Logic, we have Sir Cookie, Noob, Novius, Chick, Furious, Daddy, and Snow. Let's cut us over to the scoreboard, Theta, because we can talk about the map pick here. It is going to be Subway. And what is your thoughts here? This is Raptors map choice.
And it's Raptors' best map overall, 65%. I believe it is their most played and most picked map. So they're very good at it. They've beat some excellent teams there. Dead Logic, yeah, I'm not totally sure. They seem to play more like their absolute best map is USS Quest. And they're also really good at Shipyard. Seems like they're pretty decent at Quarantine as well. Oddly enough, though, Snow Peak, one of their worst maps, 52%. Suburbia, 53%. So it looks like, just based on that, I haven't watched a ton of Dead Logic footage, I'll have to admit that. It seems like they like the more medium range to long range maps, whereas Subway is much more of a CQB map, even though it's spread across different levels.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was just looking at the score line. Dead Logic won on Snow Peak against Vikings 4-1.
Oh, wow.
So to your point, how much can you invest even in these stats right now? The postseason is the postseason. It's crazy.
This is round 2. This is on 3. Ready?
We're getting
1, 2 maps. 3 maps. Raptors.
Nice Raptors cheer there before the rounds start. They're hyped up. They're focused. They're locked in. We are diving into round 1 on Subway.
Yeah, you guys are slow.
Literally in front of you.
And while you were on Raptors, I was listening to Dead Logic, and they were all telling each other, just relax, calm down. That is really the right way to think about this. You don't want to get too hyped about this, make mistakes.
I mean, it's my favorite time of the season for a reason. You know, it's the best sets when really everyone locks in. Regular season matches are fun, but sometimes, you know, the focus isn't always there 100% of the time. It's hard. But when you're in the postseason, everyone is locked in nonstop, and it really just breeds a fantastic competitive matchup to watch, and if you have the opportunity to play in.
Oh no. No, you have. Give us that.
Indeed. And now we have Sir Cookie Noob. He's sitting near the horseshoe entrance. He's got a C4 in hand. He's also placed a pistol with a flashlight towards the exit. I think what he's waiting for is for somebody to see that, maybe take a shot or react somehow, and then toss that C4 around the corner. And Messino and Rypick might just oblige him in a moment.
That's not good, man. That's not a good man.
Yeah, Novius and Chick are super loud here.
Yeah, man.
And I gotta wonder if it's on purpose. The C4 detonates, Distorted goes down. They're gonna swing around for the copper, but Marksman is there to dump rounds down. The nade comes, and it catches both. Novius with a big double denies one half of the Raptors push. Soldiers is gonna come back to reinforce, but so far it's been bad news for Raptors. Cookie Noob's gonna challenge the other half of this Raptors push, and Mason bumps him back a little bit.
Cookie Noob bringing a Val to the postseason. Interesting. He tossed his C4, didn't find anything there. Now Messino and Rypick more or less have control of the horseshoe.
All right, I'm
So
going
Cookie
back
Noob
to
backs
objective.
off, knowing that he is outnumbered there.
Well, he also has the reinforcement over the top there. Novius can check down the stairwells, and Furious Daddy even has a bit of an angle, so he's got more support. doesn't need to challenge that 1v2.
North stairs, and I think one's by south stairs, by horseshoe.
Go back up, though. He's going for seconds. Messino's here looking. Holding the tight angle. Oh, my goodness. Cookie Noob is just not going to commit. There's Messino committing, and Cookie Noob finds the corner. Down goes another Raptor, and Dead Logic coming out swinging. 4 left alive to the 2. The Soldiers and Rypick, and what is their plan?
I don't know. They're both pretty spread out. They have time. They've got 3 minutes, which on this map means you can do something. You can rotate around. You can try and regroup, whatever it is that you'd like to do. It's not the end of the world, but man, this is a tough situation to be in, no doubt about it. And Dead Logic is not going hunting at all.
No.
Nor really should they.
No.
This kind of advantage, especially on this map, you have all the reason in the world to just hang out near the objective and wait for them to come.
It is a style. You know, some teams, when they have the advantage, like to press. They like to apply the pressure on the remaining offense and really strangle them out. But other squads that I feel like I tend to see on the EU side are patient and will allow defenses to really come into their kill box and stick to that kill box. You see Snow not peeking out much. Nobody really going out of their positions here. And it makes it difficult on defense to really properly attack when you're in this position. You know, you have to then weed out all of these different angles. Snow in particular is going to be a very powerful late angle against Soldiers.
And it's an unusual spot, too. Usually people are placed on these north rails. They don't go all the way to that turnstiles area next to these ATMs or Coke machines, whatever they are. So that's a spot that I don't think anybody is going to be ready for if they decide to attack from the north.
And Snow heard those footsteps. Still doesn't peek out. Knows there's one there, doesn't communicate it, maybe with clicks on the radio, but is staying silent, and it's just disciplined defense. Dead Logic lost one. Someone died.
It looks like there was a drop.
Yeah. Usually it's not represented as a death on the kill feed, but might as well count as one. Dead Logic down to 3.
That could be a difference maker. They don't have a ton of time left, but a 3v2 is much more manageable than a 4v2.
Good. Epic hears all this rotation from Cookie Noob, and he's kind of dialed in. But again, 30 seconds left. That late angle from Snow going to be so key. They have to cross that line if they push from this side to get up to objective. And why would you expect anyone to be here at this point? Oh, and Soldier swings! Doesn't get tagged in the back, finds one. The pad comes out. Cookie Noob can't find the shots. Raptors are punching in the code. 5 seconds left,
wow.
And they get it! Soldiers finds 2.
And the dreaded map cap strikes again.
No.
What a play. And I'm trying to remember, I don't know, do you remember where the person who DC'd was? Because that could have been a gigantic difference maker for them, losing that person.
No, I don't know. Still, though, it came down to missed shots. I mean,
yep.
He held the angle and almost was too patient. You know, there was opportunities where he could have peeked and caught backs exposed, but instead waited for that very late angle that was then just a slice. And so as he crossed that late angle, the shots miss, and he can then turn and find a now panicked defender trying to make up for his missed shots. So a crazy snapshot there from Soldiers, and to then push forward and get the cap. Those shots come in, and maybe they tagged him and he just capped under the damage, but regardless, he gets past it. And wow. They just can't. They have no one else left to challenge. They can't get the angle underneath that coverage of the bench. You know, he was crouched down, had the bench providing him with cover, and capped against the map.
And just the poise that was required for that play, too. I think he was on the map at like 9 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that. You're being casted. It's the round robin. So much is on the line, and you've got that much time, and you're getting shot at, too, and he still gets the numbers in. Just a truly impressive play by Soldiers there.
Yeah, really, again, a great snap turn. I'm sure Snow not too pleased about missing those shots. Two maps, really, and so a cap doesn't necessarily demoralize you too much. They've got room to compete, and again, nobody can get counted out with any sort of deficit at this stage in the game. Dead Logic perfectly capable of coming back here and keeping this thing even.
Yeah, they are not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, they're probably going to want to come back with a cap back if possible. Looks like we have everybody back in the lobby now, so probably just a little bit of strategizing, and we should be back in pretty quick.
Should be. Reminder that we do have the Challenger Cup finals starting in just a few minutes, about 20 minutes from now, over on Onward_VRML on Twitch.tv. You do want to catch Supermind and Kai face off. You can catch that matchup. You can cheer for our resident caster Etch on Kai. And this should be an exciting matchup. You do want to get that multi-stream going. But we got plenty of round robin action here. So we are going to cut back into round number 2 with Raptors on defense and Dead Logic having to make up for a rough cap.
Might, you never know. You can.
And again, you know, even losing a map isn't the end of the world. You know, especially with how things have already been going. One map apiece for everybody. There's room at this stage for losses, but not a lot. You know, after we're done with round 2, it's, well, the final round, round 3, and that's when things really start to matter. And if you can win a 2-0 set there, you're put into very good shape.
For sure. And Novius baits out a C4 detonation and even calls that he's down, sensibly to get the confirm bait. Does not work.
There's a good nade from Novius. Distorted didn't have enough coverage. Does get the call-outs, so at least they know there's 1 or 2 here. And Marksman's going to swing and look for the picks. Snow and Novius have to cuddle in the corner as Marksman tosses another good nade. It's just a flash, though, fortunate enough for them. They have the cover of the door as well, but while 2 is the party, 3 is company, and so they have to get more coverage.
It looks like they're setting up for a smoke gap. Yeah, Novius checks his tablet. And they're going to try to get enough smokes there they can block the vision around the pillar, which he can cap from. Oh, there's another smoke.
Look at Furious position. He's in a key L spot. Denies Marksman the opportunity to cover. Right pick hasn't swung out yet, but Soldiers is still there on stairs. Now Marksman can come back. Cookie Noob pushing through the basement, though he's going to force Soldiers to cover his downstairs angles. Another kill coming through. Rypick threads the needle through the smokes and shuts down the entryway up to objective. A trade on the bottom leaves us into a 1v2. Snow could go to the basement and get that res. Rypick does not allow it, though. That's 3 kills on the round there for him. Didn't find any last round, but said, hey, it's my turn. And definitely does well to get Raptors that W.
Yeah, and they had a little bit of an opening there with those smokes, but they just didn't take it. They had 4 people around the objective, and they clustered around those smokes instead of going through them. They had some people watching, but Rypick rotated basically to shut that down, so they had a window. They just, I don't know, maybe the nerves, maybe they didn't get the right signals in their own minds about it being safe, but yeah, lost opportunity there, and now Raptors up 3-0.
Raptors picked into this map. You know, clearly they've been feeling fine playing it. You know, I think despite these stats saying otherwise, when we're into this postseason now, I just think we're going to see strats that people have probably been hiding too. You know, I'm sure Raptors, with some of those USS Quest strats we saw come out against Ember, were things that they had planned well in advance but not thrown out during regular season. And that's something important as a squad like Raptors to have plays that are unique for the postseason because, like we've said, there's tons of footage on it. There's so much to review on the Raptors team that they almost have to have specific or at least unique attempts for this postseason. And I feel like we're seeing that from them here where they've managed to push up 3-0. They've gotten that cap. And some of it is, I suppose, just executing efficiently, but still, everything they're trying to do has an initial plan to it.
And this is where you're going to see the cream of the crop in terms of strategies because people will oftentimes hide their best stuff for the postseason. So now we're going to start seeing it come out because it matters now. If you don't win now, the season's over for you. So you might as well pull it out.
And I mean, I think one indicator of how focused they are is this communication. They are chatty, very active. I mean, yeah, they are locked in. They are playing this one with everything focused, and they get a slow spawn for this objective. It is not quick, and it does force them to have to clear up through market. You can actually spawn market and have immediate control, but it is not the case here. And so Furious knows that it's not the quick spawn. It gives information for all of the defense, and he can now set up and try and shut down this exit from these from this north hallway that these three players have to make.
And Dead Logic have committed Chick to the south side, like right at the base of the stairwell, but Raptors are more or less flowing around that. This could get dicey. If they end up clearing anybody near objective, Chick's going to have a long rotation ahead of him.
And they don't want to use utility yet here either. Those smokes aren't going to come out. Soldiers crosses, and Furious does not hit those shots. He tries to toss the nade and gets clipped on the shoulder. Soldiers goes down and is quickly rezzed, but Furious can come in at least some information that they have lost control of market. We'll see if Cookie can find any refrags. C4 in hand, and he's actually going to play the toss with this C4 here.
And now Novius into a little bit of a battle with Rypick and Messino, but he decides to run back right as I say that. I think Dead Logic is going to try to play this a little more conservatively just because they don't want to risk losing any more people on a 3-0 round like this.
And it's really going to take extreme patience. Cookie has to wait for Distorted and Soldiers to push up enough where this C4 can go out. He tosses it and detonates it just a touch too early. It had the trajectory to go, but doesn't. And now they know he's in the corner. Soldiers swings. Cookie goes down off of the flash. I don't know if he was flashed or not, but certainly seemed disoriented, and Raptors have full control. 5-3 now, an accurate kill count, and Dead Logic struggling here on map 1 against this NA squad.
Voices on my right.
Raptors have 3 minutes.
Oh, look
they
at
have
this.
plenty of time.
Look at this chick on the backside. He has to go.
Oh no.
Can we get some
Yeah,
assist
Rypick and
please?
Messino are not expecting this.
Clear outside, clear outside.
Oh, this whole
Yeah.
marksman as well. But he's got to go.
He can play this patiently and somewhat because he can get both of them if he just takes his time, but yeah, if they lose anybody else on objective, he's going to have to sprint.
One's in
They're
left-
incredibly
long alley,
fortunate that
long alley.
Raptors aren't pressing this 5-3. advantage they have now. D4 detonated from Novius, puts a pause. Shots coming from the backside. Marksman doesn't hear these. Marksman not going to be expecting an enemy to swing. Marksman goes down. A great defensive rotation. Puts Dead Logic back into the game. They're tied 3-2. Snow says, I want this one all to myself. Tries to get the double. Distorted catches the kill. Dead Logic into a 2v1. What a bounce back.
No kidding. That looked like it was about to be a 4-0, but now Raptors on the back foot after that incredible flank by Chick.
And just timed perfectly. When the C4 detonated, the audio of the explosion goes through and Chick takes the shots. And at that point, the defender is expecting his teammate to be those footsteps, not an enemy, because he didn't hear the shots kill his teammate, and just a great flank from Chick. Still, though, it's not over, right?
Nope. Novius went and dropped a flashlighted pistol on this edge, hopefully to disorient whoever decides to attack this way. But it's still going to get spotted. And there it is, 3-1. Still Raptors up, but now Dead Logic has a chance to tie it up if they go for a cap or something.
A very good defensive hold there from DL. Gets them on the board at the very least. The comeback now is potentially begun. We'll see what kind of spawn they get. Number one going to be a big element here for this objective. If they get a quick spawn, there's maybe even, I don't know if a cap's really on the board here with this objective, but with good smokes, it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, and this one, I've seen some pretty spicy plays where there's a bunch of distraction towards the north side of the objective, and then they send one, maybe two on the south side and catch people from the back and then get a cap that way. There's a bunch of capping possibilities here, so if Dead Logic has the capping chops, this is certainly an opportunity for them.
I can't believe that flank. It was so risky to pull that off. I mean, there was a stage there where it was a 5v2 on objective. And if Raptors had continued that aggression that they had been applying, they very well could have just been on objective with Chick trying to flank. And that could have been game over, 4-1. Map 1 into the hands of Raptors, or 5-1, which would even been even better for them. And so Dead Logic, very fortunate that does play through, and ultimately a good play from Chick that shuts down that Raptors attack. Keeps them in it at least, and we do have another all tech issue, it seems, on Dead Logic's side, so hopefully we can have that fifth reconnected and jump back into the action quickly. I think there is normally a minute and a half between rounds, and so ideally they can stay within that time frame. Otherwise, they do have timeouts available as well, and I think No backed out to change his name.
Yeah, she might have been changing her headset. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's something some people do. Like if they're having problems with their Quest or something, they'll switch over to PC VR. Maybe it's more reliable for them. That's what I would assume is going on, because this is the second time she's dropped.
Interesting.
So likely just either dropped PC VR or Quest to switch over to the other.
There's that deep level of analysis that we love to have. Like you said, I would not have thought of that, but makes sense as the name did change as well. So that's probably how that happens. And we are, again, just changed slightly. It is still snow and nothing out of the ordinary here. So we are going to be back into it. Raptors in Dead Logic. Dead Logic hanging on. And they get that underground spawn. Not exactly as quick as it can be, and so we'll see how they push this forward.
Let me know.
Over? Okay.
They might rush us here.
A little bit of pre-fire near that horseshoe alley.
not
It's a
us
common
Raptors.
peak if they get the north spawn.
Or maybe they will. We'll shoot them either way.
Oh, and it sounds like they ID'd them below. That does happen sometimes on this map. If you're talking too much from that mid-level spawn, they can hear you just because you're talking to each other. And there was a call out.
Well, they weren't exactly playing it quiet either. You know, full sprinting up the stairs. Really a risky push considering that their defense was actually set up in this corner. But Raptors have a very different approach to defending this objective. They have not extended forward up into that market area. They are very much tucked in all around the OBJ so that they can quickly react to any potential cap attempts coming through.
A little bit of a lull. Obviously, everybody. These
Yeah,
are the
just
moments on
setup
defense.
phase.
Yeah, this is the moment on defense when everybody is kind of holding their breath. Just in my own experience, always been the most stressful part about these big matches is you're just kind of sitting and waiting, and you know they're coming. You know the attack is happening, but you just don't know when or where it's coming from yet. Ooh, and Novius, the nade on the marksman.
I like Distorted's position using this objective to his advantage. The push seems to be coming through as Chick and Soldiers battle it out. One kill apiece. Messino's still tucked into the garbage. Smokes out towards objective. Got to split the attention as battles are happening on both sides. Shut down there by Messino. Smoke's getting walked forward. A good flash there puts a pause into this push forward. Furious, fortunate enough not to go down through that spray and pray through the smoke, but now the smoke's gone, so the coverage is gone. Both Rypick and Distorted here. Rypick swings wide and catches the kill, or at least helps Distorted find that trade. Keeps it even though 2-2. Cookie Noob's watching for a flank and is not here to support, so it's really a 1-1 on objective between Furious and Rypick.
That was a bit of a wasted opportunity there. He just kind of ran out, didn't really communicate with his teammate. If they had coordinated that, there was still a chance, but a 2v1 on this objective, they're both covering the approach that Sir Cookie Noob is taking. Raptors certainly have the advantage now. There it is. Raptors take this first map 4-1.
Now, this does not mean that it is GG's Dead Logic are out here, because we've had this happen already. Dead Logic lost map 1 4-0 to Vikings, and then won on Snowpeak, a map that statistically they do not win, and beat them 4-1. So Dead Logic now get to choose their map. I don't know where they're going to take us, but if Raptors aren't ready, they could very easily suffer a reverse sweep here on this map. And, you know, they've managed to stay close or win so far. We'll see if that trend continues, though. I am curious where we're headed.
Well, I know the stats are taken with a grain of salt in the postseason, as they should be. Just looking at them, yeah, it's all we've got. So the best maps for Dead Logic are Shipyard, Quest, and Quarantine. Those are all over 70% round win rates. So that would be my guess. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not terribly familiar with Dead Logic, just being an NA person myself, but those seem like reasonable guesses depending on what their bans are.
Right. Reminder of the format here today: 2 bans apiece per team. We're not displaying those bans because that's just too much information to be collecting while teams are getting ready and whatnot. It does leave a small map pool, though, of available maps to choose from. And so Raptors, being home, get to choose either the map or the side. In this case, they very much chose the map. Dead Logic now get to choose the map or the side. Whether they chose the map or not, it does mean we are headed to Bazaar for map number 2. And yeah, it seems like it is going to be they chose this map because as they are going Marsoc to start it off.
Yep, and as you said before, you just don't really know with the stats. And this is kind of a middle-of-the-road map for both of them stats-wise.
Okay.
So don't really understand the logic, but we'll see.
Okay. I guess that means that we're in for a good show at the very least, right? We should see a good bit of back and forth here. See what Dead Logic can do on the first objective, which is over on that northwest side. A pretty easy one, in my opinion, to defend, although it does have its capable corners if you're not careful. And I feel like both of these teams are definitely thirsty for caps right now. We've seen them go for them in their first, at least Raptors go for them in their first set. Dead Logic, I don't know. I'm curious to see if they do go for some cap attempts here on this second map, or if they are just going to play it a bit more conservatively and just look for the kills.
Yeah, the best they can do now is tie it, and if they can get a dominant score on this map, it would mitigate a lot of the damage that was done. If it gets, even if they win, but let's say it's a 4-3, that I think will hurt them pretty substantially, just because the way that the scoring system is set up is it's number 1 map picks, and then it's scored differential. So you have to have, if you're going to lose a map, you better hope that that win on the next map is a big difference between the 2 scores.
Everyone in lobby and readied up. Not sure about the current scoreline on that other match that is live, but it is Vikings versus Ember. And everybody wants to watch their own favorite team, but we can only catch so much action with our 2 pair of eyes, and so we are splitting off some other available casters to catch that Challenger Cup series, which should be live now over on twitch.tv/onward_VRML. If you do want to catch those 2 teams duking it out, or at the very least pull up the multi-stream so you can be watching 2 pairs of action online. And if not, I appreciate you watching on YouTube, Facebook, or venues. The action is going to be still delivered here thoroughly. You are going to see Vikings at the end of the day go up against Raptors, and chose to follow Raptors because they are the number 1 seed. So in theory, which again doesn't mean much, they have the best chance of being at least one of the victors. And so a reminder, there are 2 that come out on top here today. Apologies for not being on the gameplay there. You might have heard some gunshots, but we are back. No kills came in. The setup is there, and it's pretty standard defense. Really nothing out of the ordinary here. It's going to be, how does Dead Logic attack this very standard defense. Soldiers distorted, common positions. Everyone else where you'd expect them to be. Novius finds the head of Rypick. Quick double tap there, finds that instant kill, and Raptors are off to a tough start.
Man on the right of my room.
Yeah, Novius has identified the soldiers is right next to him. It's a good idea just to throw those smokes down anyway in case you want to send anybody south. That is really what both soldiers and Distorted's positions are all about, is watching that south cross. You can deny that, you can have a pretty good opening in the south side.
Expects Novius to come, tosses the flash, goes for the full commitment up the stairs, swings wide. Novius reads the audio and catches that kill. And there's maybe a bit of that over-aggression, a bit of that overconfidence off of winning successfully on map 1. Raptors now down 3-5. They got to be concerned about a potential cap if Dead Logic have an accurate kill count, which they should.
And this is one of those objectives where if you can winnow it down to one, maybe even two defenders, the cap is wide open. So if you can get it down to a 2v5, especially with this much time on the board, you could open up the possibility of 2 points real quick. And with that, Marksman gets Furious Dad. And Nobius and Distorted trade. So now we're down to a 3v2.
Yeah, and they just don't have great coverage. Messino has to commit to that full swing to check all of this street. And Snow finds the trade. Marksman maybe going to swing out here for the confirm. If he can get it, Chick's going to be there to get the res, though. Oh, and just gets an and finds Chick.
Wow, that was some unfortunate timing for Chick. Went for the revive right as Snow was getting confirmed, and then he gets killed himself. That is brutal.
Now all up on Cookie Noob.
And he's taking a really good line for this objective. The problem is he's got a sniper rifle with a 12 times on it.
Yeah.
Not impossible to hit shots in the close range for a good sniper, but it's hard. Marksman moves around quite a bit, so won't be a static target.
He is taking these long angles, though. And Marksman has to be rotating around. So if Cookie Noobs just plays this patiently with his 2 minutes, he'll spot that rotation. Marksman there does dip out. Another opportunity. The shots go just a bit high.
And that was his opening. Now Marksman knows the attack is coming from the north.
Is there an accurate kill count, though? It seems like he's still checking several other angles out of concern.
Yeah, I don't think there is, because there was at least one trade that happened.
More shots missing, and I think it's that 12 time. He has too much range, and he's not able to catch these sprinting movements from Marksman. His Marksman is just dipping around here.
He's playing a dangerous game because he has to get closer, but the closer he gets, the harder the shots are going to be to make for him.
Oh, and as he gives away the position and misses, Marksman swings out to catch the kill. Raptors hold on to their lead 1-0, but just barely. Just a little bit more patience, and he would have dipped out. He would have pushed out around that corner, but goes for the shots, doesn't secure them, and Raptors hang on in that 1v1. Another lead for them, and I don't know, it was looking good there for a while. Dead Logic had all the advantages they could need. It's just the utility didn't really come when they had the picks.
There was just a lot of unfortunate timing on that round, too.
Yeah.
Like, Snow gets down, she's giving call-outs, and then right as Chick really wasn't wasting time either. Chick went for the revive pretty quickly, and then right as Chick is going to put the needle in, Snow gets confirmed, and then he gets killed, too. So automatically you go from having a 3v1 advantage to now it's a 1v1. So they were very close to winning that round, but I think that moment in particular is what really shifted everything for them.
That's a tough one to come back from, too. It's one you really needed. You know, to get that round would have been huge for Dead Logic. Snag a Marsoc round on Bazaar on their map pick. Puts them up 1-0. They go on defense. Definitely a good, solid attempt, but now they have to defend this objective after, again, nearly coming out on top of that, and it's just the mental battles that you have to go through in the postseason are sometimes the toughest ones.
Yep, it's just hours and hours of the ups and downs of this game. And it takes some serious mental toughness to get through it and still be on top.
49, the lucky number. Yeah, I'm grabbing shit because I'm trying
I like that. I like this code, man. I see it. I can see it.
Let's go.
Watch your early aggression. Watch your early aggression.
It's interesting for the call out there from Raptors to be aware of that early aggression. I don't think Dead Logic, with their defensive style, would necessarily be pushing out early for any picks. But Chick is up on that stairwell, and he is kind of peeking out for some early angles.
And Rypick looking through this murder window, trying to get a view of this western market, but nobody is in a position to get picked. Everybody's just sort of taking their time. They're feeling each other out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to take too many risks, although Soldier is now trying to communicate verbally with anybody who's in this western area. See if he can bait any kind of comms out of them, give away their position so he can give a call out, but nobody obliges him. So he decides to rotate around.
And it is just the slow, calculated setup, again, that we get on this map. A team's not necessarily diving in early, and that means that, well, what's the other option? It's to take your time. And as I say that, though, smokes do come in. 4:15. It is an early smoke toss out there. The C4 gets thrown there onto the corner. I wonder if that'll catch Chick on the stairs.
Okay.
And Snow takes out Marksman. Now down to a 4v5. A lot of smokes, but not much offensive movement based on those smokes. Looks like they're more trying to bait out some kind of reveal from the defense, maybe some shots or a rotation.
Maybe just a distraction, try and draw the eye to that side as Soldiers ever so slowly works his way up through this north center bazaar area. Sees Chick peek up over on the corner, takes some shots. Those don't connect, and that's all of the slow play that he's done given away here.
Staircase closest to the objective.
And more smoke's coming.
And Rypick gets one, and there goes some pretty important coverage. Now the south side is more or less uncovered. Furious Daddy's peeking a little bit on a shallow angle, but they can now get pretty close to objective before Furious would see them.
Furious is really holding a very late angle. It's an angle that Raptors have, or he'll be killing people that are only committing. You know, no one is going to be guns up at that stage. So as long as he doesn't peek out, he should be fine with this late angle. It's just how do Raptors then approach this? The smokes have dissipated, and so that distraction, both visually and audio-wise, is gone.
Meanwhile, Soldiers moving across the north, but Sir spots him and injures him. And Soldiers just runs out the way, goes for the double peek and survives.
Super risky to go for that. Feels confident, though, that after he took those initial shots that they wouldn't expect the immediate crossover. Cookie noob, though.
Putting himself in a position to flank, and he should have this on him. There it is.
Back over to the other side. Furious going to be running into that late angle hold soon. But he's actually dropped off, and as he does, he misses the shots. Rypick catches him through the wood. A big denial now. Rypick actually tablet out, but a bit too early. Not everybody is cleared out just yet, and Novia swings around to shut down Messino. Raptors getting picked apart. Not exactly Dead Logic staying alive either. A 1v2 now, distorted with a minute 15.
Neither team is going down easy, and we can see that on full display in this round. Assorted runs around to the north. Now, if Snow gets peaky, he could get a pick here. Otherwise, he's going to have a problem. If Snow hears those footsteps, she's in a good spot to pop up on him. Yeah, there it is.
And we are tied up. A bit how Subway started, but that's quickly derailed. And so, again, neither one of these teams can get comfortable because this could go anybody's way in a flash, especially with the potential objectives that we have on this map. You know, we all know the one we're thinking about. It's not that. It is instead Humvee for objective number 2, but we keep trading Volk rounds. We very well could run into a Coyote.
And there's nothing more stressful than playing in a big match and seeing Coyote on the board when you get back into the tent.
Yeah, that would be a heck of a challenge to get thrown at you in the most intense pressure situation. For those maybe unfamiliar, the Coyote is a specific objective that can be played. Again, with Onward maps, there are multiple objectives, more than are playable in a single round. The rounds go to best of 4, so the first team to 4 points or more wins. And that means that, for all intents and purposes, every round is a bit unique. You don't know where you're going to be going for each objective when it switches, and so there's variety every time. So we might not get Coyote at all. That objective might not even spawn, and especially if Dead Logic wins the next 2 rounds, that they could just take the map. So who knows what's going to happen here? Who knows where we're going to go? But there is some potential for some wildness to happen. Even on this objective, really, I've seen some great plays executed in the Challenger Cup in particular on this OBJ, and players got to be tight on their defense here. You cannot let up on this objective because there is plenty of cap points.
No doubt about it. And this is one of those objectives where there's a ton of different cap angles that you have to worry about, which means there's tons of different possibilities for the attacking team to rush in and get those 2 points. Oh, and already you can see sending tons of smokes across the middle street.
Yeah, this is an old fast play. When you get this spawn, you immediately play up. Rypick is here to defend, though, and I gotta wonder if Novius saw Rypick cross. The toes are getting picked at. Smoke gets shot right at Rypick. Blinds him out and prevents those from coming through. A flash comes up and over. No, that's actually a nade to the back of Rypick. Rypick has to dive out from his cover and finds 1 for 1. Okay. Not too bad. Could have been worse. If he had gone down there, that would have been best case for Dead Logic to not lose anybody. But I wonder if he's going to kill the Rypick too, because there could be comms that come in as well.
Interesting to see no confirm on this.
Trade there at objective. Marksman found the refrag onto Snow.
Hotel.
Used to play aggressive here, a bit loud that nobody should hear. The trade comes through on that side. Dead Logic to a piece against Raptors. Distorted's getting super aggressive up through the center. The trade there. No res available. Chick alone in a 1v1, technically 1v3 if anybody does get scooped up here, which it looks like they are going to go for.
How many do we have up? Can somebody come get me?
Back to OBJ, I'm getting the res. You go back to OBJ.
Yeah, we're coming. Where's he?
Yeah, I think what had happened originally was Distorted went for the revive. He got picked up as he was going for that. And now they have an opening, and they are going to get Rypick, so 3v1.
Let's go.
A quick bounce back for them. It should shift now over back towards objective, making it tough for Chick to break through. But Chick is taking the right, I'd say the right press, but Rypick's on a crazy hold. That is a very aggressive defensive position to be taking. I like it. The real only counter is for Chick to send it all the way to the other side. And that actually seems to be his plan. With 313, he can afford to go on a very long rotation. And Raptors may adjust over time if Chick takes too long. But there's definitely a route for him to at least get over and close to the objective on this southeast side.
Yeah, the only obstacle is if Right-Pick decides to just watch down this middle street. Should be an opportunity to get... Excuse me, I've got something stuck in my throat. I don't know what's going on. But it should be an opportunity to get Chick if and when he crosses the street, or at least identify him.
Oh.
Shots coming out. He will for sure see him if he looks down the street now.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. There's the laser.
Ooh.
Shots don't hit, though. And, you know, we don't talk about it a lot because oftentimes those shots land. But we're in the most intense pressure situation. It's hard to keep something stable with both your hands. Landing shots isn't a guarantee. Just because they're shooting and the laser's near doesn't mean that they're going to make contact. And so, a couple of missed shots there from Right-Pick allowed Chick just a few more moments of life.
That's chonkers. Bonkers.
Chick doesn't have a lot of options. They know where he is.
Good
He's
lord.
only got a minute and a half or so left. He's going to have to make some noise to get near the objective one way or another.
Well, they're actually committing hard to him, and this rotation is smart. He can catch people swinging back. Messino's checking the objective, almost tags him, and now they know his position again, a minute 20.
Why can't I fucking hit my... Why can't I do anything right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? No, I'm not.
Utility still
here.
left. Is that a nade? Yeah, just a nade, not a flash. Would have been great if it was a flash on a Distorted, but Distorted is now tucked deep into the corner. Uses the box for cover and springs onto Chick. Those shots missing onto Messino and Distorted end up costing DL, and Raptors now have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and they are 2 points away
2-1,
from a
sorry.
sweep. And that would put them, I don't know what the score is for the other match, but you know, if there's a tie on the other match, that would put Raptors decisively in the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, and it will come down to that Vikings matchup to see if Vikings can do any damage. Play spoiler. We don't know the scoreline yet, though, of those matchups, and we would report those to you when we do. I guess we can pop the standings up again just to see if they're updated. I don't think they are. Raptors are at the top, though. I'm not sure if those are updated or not. I don't know if the bracket's updating. But regardless, great matchups across the board, and we do apologize for not being able to cover that other set of round-robin games. Just, well, if you want to be a caster, we are always recruiting. We have an open application on the website, and we do bring people throughout the course of a season. Obviously, now it's a bit late to join the casting team, but yeah, we should have double coverage tomorrow. Have no fear there. And again, we do have the Challenger Cup live right now as well, so the other resource going to at least providing some coverage onto that Challenger Cup final. So we'll see who will be going on to that Group B, Kai or Supermind. Both teams doing great on caps over the course of the Challenger Cup last weekend. Unfortunate that they couldn't play it before we got into the round robin, but that would have been super early and would have meant me and Theta would have had to get a very early night's rest to pop up for that one. But still, it should be good to tune into if you do want to catch it. And if not, you can catch the VOD over on our YouTube channel, Onward VRML on YouTube. But yes, I mean, tomorrow is going to be crazy too. Group B, Theta, we didn't talk about it at all in the pre-show. There's so much to look forward to tomorrow and even still left today. Obviously, we got a round coming up here now as we do kill enough time. But this weekend's crazy.
Yeah, I think there's going to be likely more eyes even on tomorrow's match just because they have the #1 overall seed beginners playing.
Yep.
And if they get knocked out, that would mean we're going to see a brand new champion no matter who wins this round. And I think everybody is interested to see if that's possible. Beginners have been dominant for so long.
Yeah, and dominant this season.
Yep.
Playing very good throughout the course of this season, and yeah, we will see what they are capable of tomorrow. Raptors testing the likes of Dead Logic now. A kill comes in already over onto that east side. A bit of an aggressive rotation coming out there that gets caught out, and maybe they're expecting more of a centralized push from Raptors, but it is a east focus, which does not get shut down. Good smokes come through.
Ton of pre-fire through those smokes trying to deny the cross. Doesn't quite work out though.
Well,
Snow catches one, but Distorted and Marksman both made it to the south.
they did, but at the cost of pretty much all their utility. I don't think anyone has any smokes left to even get up to objective, so the opportunity of
4v4,
a smoke cap on OBJ are definitely out of the picture, unless those pushing up from the center, Messino and Soldiers, have an extra couple of utility in their pocket.
One down.
Speaking of Soldiers, got his Novius up on that two-story. Raptors have the advantage now. Dead Logic continuing to be on that back foot.
One's in the wind.
Another kill. Snowo finds, Distorted actually finds Snowo trying to challenge Soldiers through the window. And it puts Dead Logic in a bad spot that they have to rotate around objective. Maybe Raptors have Cap in mind, and Chick and Cookie Noob are not going to allow that to happen. Chick seems to have some connection issues, and as it comes through, Soldiers finds the double through the window. I think it probably would have gone that way either way, and actually it's the best turnout for them, because that certainly could have been a cap. But Raptors take 1-3-1.
Yeah, they were just circling and circling. There was really not a lot that Dead Logic could do once they got that close to the objective. And like you said, they're lucky that they just died in that instance, because Cap was certainly on the table.
Yeah, they were serving it up on a dish for sure. The smokes were out, the push was coming through. But, yeah, we'll probably have a reconnect come in from the Dead Logic side, and hopefully we can get back into the action. But it really has been a solid performance from Raptors so far. They've been good on defense. Their rotations have been successful on all accounts, and they're staring down a 2-map W, which in the round-robin stage is super important to have. Again, we don't know what the scoreline of that other series is, so very well could be that Ember or Vikings have taken a 2-0 as well. But this is a unique opportunity that Raptors are going to get. It'll be pretty rare that they can find 2 against Vikings, I would think, which is going to be their next opponent. Shortly after this, another EU battle. We are just waiting for that technical pause to solve itself, and the action should pick up in just a few moments. I'm not sure what the proper approach here for Dead Logic is going to be. I think they really need to play passively and go for picks, because Raptors have not been playing a super tight defense. They have been willing to peek and look for those kills on when they've been on D, and if Dead Logic can kind of play into that just a little bit, maybe find 1 or 2 out the gate here on this Marsoc round, there is cap potential on this objective. The tank provides some decent cover with proper smokes, there's certainly a threat that can be presented there. We've seen it attempted several times in the Challenger Cup last weekend to no success, however.
It's just a matter on this one of making sure that you clear at least one side of the tank, because if you can do that, let's say you open up the north side and leave the south alone, you can cap even if they have a defensive advantage on you, especially if you're using smokes intelligently. I've seen tons of smokes on there, I'm sure you have too, where it's just, especially the north side, they just dump smokes in from that courtyard right next to it, and then somebody comes along and prones or something into the smoke and gets the 2 points right under the nose of the defense. And Dead Logic really needs to do something like that right now. In some sense, they kind of have to take risks now. If they don't, then they risk losing this whole thing, and it would be devastating to lose 2 maps when it's so close right now.
Yeah, they kept it close against Vikings, coming back onto that Snow Peak map and capping, or securing the map 4-1. And we've seen Raptors lose leads. Ember, in particular, coming back with the cap and then a round win to secure quarantine. So, again, you can never count any squad out. Despite that, they are staring down potential map points. Raptors just have to hold on with a solid defense, and we'll see if they can put it together.
Cappy. Just slappy, all right? Let's do it.
Here, the Raptors have quite high morale right now, as they should.
We gotta be hype all
They just
day,
need to
bro.
be careful not to play too loose, because a team like Dead Logic, even at a score like this, you just cannot go too easy on them.
Well, and you got to think they are energetic and hyped now, but you know, again, Soldier's just saying we have to be hyped all day. Can they keep up this energy level all day against their next opponent against the Vikings? Can they continue to do that? That's the real test.
Yeah, Rypick had a really nice line on that north cross, but he couldn't pick anybody off. The benefit of that, though, is that it slows everybody down. Now they have to kind of feel a little discombobulated after taking shots like that and wonder if they're going to try and flank them hard on the opposite side, too, if they're going to flank them hard on that side.
Yeah, Snow hitting the deck and being able to push back a little bit with some fire was key. Kind of kicked Rypick off of that angle. But he's not really even the most of their worries. Soldiers over here in the east has a direct line down into this courtyard, and if they don't clear him out and continue to push through, it very well could be a couple of picks into his hands.
Echo 4?
Yeah. Still there now, 4v5. Rypick with another, and now 5v3. This is not the result that Dead Logic is looking for on this round, but Chick getting pretty close to objective. They can just use some intelligent smokes. This could get dangerous real quick.
Yeah, Rypick just winning these challenges. You know, committing to going for the 1v1s and finding the kills. You can see the shots not connecting from the arms of Dead Logic, and it is costing them a bit. Chick seemingly having some interesting gun problems there, but they've sorted themselves out. And yeah, he is close, but Distorted's watching. There's so many different... It's a nice crosshatch of a defense here from Raptors.
Chick is thinking about this cross. It's not that he has any way of knowing, but this is the time to go. So Distorted starts swinging back around his angle, and he crosses. This is going to be a death in his column.
Rypick also holding Novius down at the center with a pistol. To find the... Oh, they have one way up in the east there. Oh, and there's a big pickup.
-1.
Now this cross is basically open if he can deal with Messino right next to the tank. And Soldiers rotates back to take care of that. Now 4v2, 3v2.
Truck.
Novius gets Rypick.
A hard-fought kill, but one that is secured nonetheless. And Cookie News knows Soldiers is here. Soldiers just kind of checking and not necessarily aware of the position. And so very well could turn into a 2-2 here. Dead Logic could be bouncing back in this round.
There it is. There's the equalizer. Now 2v2. Although Novius needs to get closer to objective. This is a pretty disconnected attack, and they only have about a minute and a half to go. It's going to turn into a 1v2 for Sir Cookie Noob. Just like that, 1v2 for Novius. 1 minute, 24 seconds. And this is the decider. This is the end of the match for them if they can't come up with a win.
And just a very, very long rotation. Like you said, a bit out of sync with the rest of that approach. It allows for Marksman now to drop off and recover these angles, and Novius now has to again compete in a space where if he was timed up, Marksman was not holding this side.
$50 seconds. No pressure here whatsoever for Novius. $40 seconds. Marksman looking around. Novius not seems to be circling around.
He has to go. 30 seconds now. He's going to hear that indicator on the watch that the time is running out. Gives you a beep audibly, so he should know that he's running low on time, and he is going to commit to this, not knowing that Marksman's there or that Messino has an angle. Raptors lock in map number 2 with a patient hold on OBJ, 4-1. And a pair of maps that go very well for Raptors and puts them into a super good spot for this third set of games against Vikings.
No doubt about it, and that should, like I said, put them at the top of the leaderboard, I believe. We'll see when everything gets updated, but putting them in an excellent position to, at the very least, get one of the 2 spots for this group to move on to the next stage.
I think we might be too late on this one, but I am going to see if we can join into the Vikings Ember game. And actually, I think because of how quick that series was, we might be able to catch the second map here in full of Vikings Dead Logic. If everything I'm seeing is correct. It could, again, I don't know if maybe they've got to remake a lobby or what, but I mean, we had 2 quick maps. If map 1 took its time, I don't know. Could you? Do you think it's 2-4-1s, and now it's the second map here for Dead Logic and Vikings? I think that seems to be the case. We are waiting for a 5th to connect for, it looks like, the Vikings side. Oh, we did have a raid come in from Echo Arena. We appreciate all the Echo folk tuning in. If you are stopping by, you are catching our postseason action. This is the round robin stage where ranks 1, 2. Oh boy, I don't know. What is it? Hold on, I do have it. Ranks. Who's in Group A? 2, 3, 6, and 7. Square off in a round robin format. Tomorrow is Group B, which is ranks 1, 4, 5, and our Challenger Cup winner, which is going live right now on twitch.tv/onward_VRML. Whoever comes out on top of that, Kai or Supermind, will be crowned our 8th place team. Oh, and I think I've actually dropped into the wrong game. This is the Kai Supermine game, not the apologies. So we do not have.
I was so confused.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot there's multiple games live. I was thinking I just popped into anything I see. I forget that we have that Challenger Cup. So yeah, we're not guessing that. That's my fault for being in there. But that is very much live over on Onward_VRML, that's for sure. We won't be able to catch the Dead Logic Raptors game, but we will catch Raptors versus Vikings in just a few minutes. I think we will cut to a brief intermission while we try and set up the lobbies and get you into the action. Again, sorry for the debate, but Vikings will be coming at you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. The third round and final round of Group B will determine our first and second place winners that will move on to the semifinals next weekend. That happens the next round. Don't miss it. Thank you all for patiently waiting for the action to begin. Round 3 will start shortly. Theta, I wanted to get your thoughts quickly on this matchup coming up. Raptors and Vikings. This is the big one.
Indeed. Yeah, Vikings and Raptors now at the top of the standings for this round. And there are two styles that could not be any more different. If you've ever played against Vikings and played against Raptors, you know Vikings they're a lot like Ember, like I was saying at the beginning. They throw this wild card style out there. I know a lot of people stereotype the EU as kind of the slow, deliberate play style. Vikings throws all that out the window, and they are excellent at these small, dynamic maps. Like Sand is one of their best maps. They have a 70% win rate on that. Shipyard, also an excellent map for them. They tend to do worse on the larger maps. Downfall, for example, is their worst map. And that's going to be... Raptors clearly handled Ember okay in their first matchup, but they're going to have to bring their A game to deal with this kind of dynamic team.
Yeah, the final round of the day, the final 2 maps that you get to play. Again, for those just tuning in, teams both ban 2 maps apiece, then a home team gets to pick the map. The first map, away team picks the second map. And so that map pool does get whittled down to some extent into a place that maybe your most comfortable maps aren't on the table anymore. And I think that's why it gets so exciting and so interesting in these round-robin stages, just because it's different than the regular season, and it's with the most competitive teams. And so you really do get a test of these teams' skills in places that they're uncomfortable with. It's a test also of their stamina. I mean, again, we've talked about this we've been going for 3.5 hours casting, but these guys have been playing now 4 maps in the books over the last 3.5 hours. That's a lot of Onward.
No kidding. Yeah, after a weekend like this, personally, just as a player, I used to always just take a few days off afterwards and just take a decompression moment for myself. I think that's usually a good idea, even if you have another round of playoffs coming, because you don't want to burn yourself out going into the semis or going into the final. I know a lot of people have that inclination to just keep playing over and over and over again to be tight as possible, but that can backfire in a lot of ways. So I hope after this weekend, all these players take a little bit of a breather and give themselves room to perform better next weekend.
Yeah, we'll see. There is another game going live now. It is Ember versus Dead Logic, but we are going to be tuning in to Raptors versus Vikings. And again, both of these teams almost ready to go, but deciding bans. And so hopefully we'll be able to get that lobby shortly. Either way, go ahead.
I was just going to say this is really important because, as we were talking about before we went live, Raptors and Vikings are the only 2 teams so far who have taken a 2-0 in a round.
Thank you.
And that means whoever drops this ends up putting themselves in kind of a precarious position to be overtaken by another team. And whoever wins this is absolutely the number 1 seed from this group.
Okay. Getting word now that they are finishing up their bans. Trying to get we got multiple things going on right now as we do try and get this sorted and get into that action. But I guess we have some downtime, Theta, so we can talk a little bit about what to expect tomorrow. For those that maybe didn't tune in early enough, we do have a pre-show that goes live at 9:30 p.m. PST. Or excuse me, AM PST. Definitely not PM. Same time that we started the pre-show today. If you do want to catch our thoughts and opinions of the action going forward tomorrow, be sure to catch that. That should include myself, Trip, I think Etch, and one more, I believe. So we will be having, again, both games getting covered simultaneously, unlike we could today. But that will be happening tomorrow, so be sure to tune into that action. It will be live here on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, also on venues, Facebook, and YouTube. But then the other matchups will be live on twitch.tv/onward_VRML. Right now, the Challenger Cup Finals is live right there, where Kai and Supermind are duking it out. I was at one point looking at the score lines there, but have since been waiting for this lobby to pop up. And it is up, so we can at least talk now, I guess, Theta, about where we're headed for map number 1, which you said is a weak point for one of these teams. Downfall.
Yeah, and not to say, again, none of these teams are bad at these maps. It's just relative strengths more than anything. And this is, on a statistical basis, Vikings' worst map. And Raptors are quite fond of Downfall because they have marksmen on their team. And if you have a solid sniper on your team, Downfall is your playground. And I think they were probably thinking that through as they were picking maps. They want to give themselves as much of an advantage as they can.
The range, a element that we haven't seen yet today, really. You know, Quarantine does offer its moments, but you can truly bring a 12 times and be incredibly effective here on Downfall. And so I want to see if we do get some sniper battles, so to speak. I don't know who, well, I think it's Marksman, is their typical range shooter for Raptors. And he's good at it. So definitely a threat element that they're going to have to be wary of. And like you said, Vikings, I think, trying to think who their range shooter is. I'm looking at the roster. Noctum, Mantis, Thrywin, Embolism, and Shadow Warrior.
I'm not sure if they have a sniper or not.
Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe Mantis. I could be misremembering, though. Again, I don't, unfortunately, do a ton of EU coverage as the time zones to get tough to deal with. But we do get some good action here today, and I do want to see how Vikings square off against Raptors. It is going to be a great test. Raptors are playing very good so far in this group stage, and honestly, it's kind of surprising. They are fresh to this level of competitive stress and are doing very well. To come out with two wins against Dead Logic is good, but I wonder if it will put them into a state of overconfidence. You know, we talked about that being a potential threat to them in their second map. It could be their downfall here if they come in expecting Vikings to be like Dead Logic.
Yeah, that's a real concern. And it's something called victory disease, where you feel like you've already crossed the finish line, but you haven't. And that's something you have to worry about. This is the real moment of truth for them. They have to win this if they want to secure a seed. Otherwise, they can still potentially get into the semis, but it's going to be much riskier because it will be kind of a three-way tie going on with teams that have won one each. So they just need to be able to say to themselves, look, 0-0 every round. No matter what happens, every round is a fresh round. Don't worry about the past. Don't worry about the future. Just play your game and stay tight. If they do that, they should be able to win this. But we'll see. I mean, Vikings are like any other team, nothing to be underestimated, and they've proven that throughout this playoff already.
We have now looking at Raptors roster, no subs coming in there. The same 5 that have been powering through today remain, and we don't got to kill any more time. We're getting into the action.
Are we? Oh, we are. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of chatter from this Viking squad about me crashing lobbies. Not sure what I could have possibly done other than just spectate games. But apparently something happened with their game. Again, I could have no idea what could have possibly happened, but maybe they're preemptively trying to blame me for something. Either way, Raptors coming out early and taking shots.
Marksman has his 12 times. He's now taking a wide rotation. I would imagine he's going to try to get all the way up in the South Hills. I've seen him do that before.
No, thank you. Okay, I didn't see anyone push up that. Look up.
Vikings taking up pretty standard positions around the objective. one in the helicopter, 2 in the center hotel,
Upper
one in the
two-story
helicopter,
of
2-story,
helicopter.
and 1 in the
Peeking
south brothel. Yeah, nothing terribly unusual about that. The helicopter may be a little more aggressive than usual, but even then, you see a lot of people playing that these days. This is Downfall in many ways. It's just a waiting game. On defense, you can just kind of kick back, especially in the darker areas, and wait for the offense to cross into the open. But that's where having a sniper like Marksman really comes in handy, because you can look through those windows and catch them when they don't expect it. Taking some shots. It looks like he was going for somebody in center hotel. I can't quite see what those shots were. The Raptors creating a nice big line across the map, and now they're moving in. And Marksman acting as a sort of overwatch from his position in North Marsoc. Should start seeing some contact here pretty quick now that Soldiers and Distorted are getting an angle on that center hotel. And if they try to cross down into lower dumpster, they should take fire from, Noctum on the helicopter. Oh, but he crosses. Noctum sees him but can't take the shot in time.
Distorted's going to take his luck at it as well, and does also get past.
There's one on it. Distorted, watch out. There's one on it. Okay.
Wait, in the annex?
No, on us. Yes, he's on us somewhere.
You clear the basement.
Didn't quite get over to Noctum fast enough to see if he called out. I would imagine he did. Seeing 2 people go there, at least give that information if you can't make the shots.
Center hotel, I think, is first floor. Yeah, that looks like first floor.
Shadow Warrior picks off Marksman. There goes their sniper cover. That might end up being a critical kill.
Just a waiting game.
Behind the brick wall of dumpster.
As Vikings wait for this Raptors push to come through. It's the standard way that Downfall works. A tight kill box pays dividends. And Mantis is getting a bit overextensive there. Pushes out, looks for the pick off to the corner, and Distorted threads the needle and catches out the shoulder. That's going to be a full kill, so actually evening the odds for a piece. Shadow's going to throw a C4 underneath him to be coverage since he doesn't have his teammate there anymore. And that might work out to catch Ride Pick. I'm not sure what the planned push is going to be, but Noctum's still undetected, as is Thrywern, and so Masono gonna have to be cautious as he makes this entry forward. I mean, it's a good setup from Vikings. They have good angles on all of these pushes.
Shadow with another one, picks up Rye Pick.
Rainbow tree.
They're starting to run out of time, too. On most maps, a minute and a half, you can usually make something work, but on this map, you need to be real close to the objective at this point. They're going to have to start taking some risks, and I think Vikings know that.
Nice pickup there from Noctum. He's going to find another. He played that so patiently. Didn't take any shots on the cross. Thrywern's going to find the final kill on the Messino, and Vikings with 4 left alive lock in a very confident round 1 on Downfall. Raptors map pick. Now, this could be the trend, right? We could just see a couple of bulk rounds traded all the way through, and that would work for Vikings, I guess, in the end of the day, because Marsoc rounds are tough to take on Downfall.
They are. It tends to be just trading Volk rounds, which is, like, if you like Downfall as a team, that's great, but when you pick it, you are, in some sense, putting yourself at a disadvantage because you start on Marsoc. So you're going to usually start out, just probability-wise, you're going to start out with a loss. and you kind of have to dig your way out of that, and then maybe break through with one Marsoc round down the way. Otherwise, you're going to lose the whole map. So, yeah, I mean, even though Raptors are very good at this map, it is always a risk picking it.
Yeah, yeah. You do not know things are going to shake. I mean, we have seen, that's not to say that it's impossible to cap on really any of these objectives. A well-coordinated, patient push can come together with the proper smokes and everything like that. And so with a couple of the new objective placements as well, there is certainly a ton of variety still on Downfall. And so curious to see what we get. We are waiting for a reconnect from one of the fifths from Vikings. And then we should be back into the action. Raptors on the defense with the same objective. Did we see I didn't see a 12 times come out there.
Marksman had one, but he died relatively early. He got picked off. I think he was an upper dumpster when that happened.
Okay.
I didn't see a sniper on the Viking side, though. I don't think they're going for that. Yeah, and that helicopter position that knocked him had ended up throwing them off quite a bit.
Yeah.
As he has 2 kills. Shadow Warrior had 2 from the center hotel as well. And he had this really nasty angle on the helicopter looking through the door, like the crook of the door. Just so hard to deal with, especially with the Volk uniforms being pitch black like that.
It's, you know, I think one thing that's different there is, you know, Dead Logic were taking shots as soon as they saw them. And the patience there just displayed by Noctum at that helicopter objective, it just shows you that waiting for that full exposed player is a little bit more valuable when you have to land these shots. It's hard to hit a quick slice in this game, and Vikings doing a great job of shutting Raptors down. And again, it's that false confidence, or what is it? What did you say? The plague of success or something like that. If you too much winning can put you in a bad state. So we'll see if Raptors can bounce back and tie this up with a nice defensive round of their own as we get back into the action. Everyone's sorted. Round 2 begins.
Ooh, and Noctum does have a 12 times. He's running up into the South Hills now. So we are going to see some sniping this map on both sides.
Rypick getting aggressive here. Pushing all the way up to this window and maybe looking for some early angles. Got to be cautious of pushing out too fast to these berms, and it does look like Vikings are very cautious. I mean, Shadow's taking a position in the tower. They're way around in the ravine and all the way up on the hill. Mantis not going out, although he will be running into Rypick soon enough.
And Noctum's trying to get eyes into that south brothel position, but Raptors did not put anybody there this time.
Ooh, and Mantis could go down. Rypick's about to peek up out at this window.
Echo 4.
Yep, and there it is. That position that Rypick is so powerful. These tiny little windows, and it's right in the middle of the map, so you have exposure to pretty much anybody that's trying to attack. And once they've figured out that you're there, you can just kind of sit there, because now they know they have to do something. Just like that, Rypick gets
Echo
2
3,
kills
Echo
from that
3.
spot.
He is wreaking havoc. He's identified the Hilltop sniper as well, and finds that shot onto Noctum. He was not.
Echo 2, South Hill is dead, I believe.
He just had no idea where he was getting shot from. Clearly, Rypick found the angle. He has taken out 3 of the Vikings offense. Raptors putting up a solid hold here so far.
No, and nothing's impossible in this game, I would say, but 5v2 as an attacking team on downfall, that's a tall order. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it is. Shadow rotating up to the north. Take a look at the overhead. We also have one in the ravine. Blizzard's going to make it up into that White House, but was identified. And I wonder if, you know, the one thing that could work against Raptors, again, is that overconfidence if they do try and extend out or go on the hunt too much for these picks. If Rypick gets too peaky out of his position up there, it could result in a pick or two for Vikings. But as long as they stay tucked in, yeah, this is a very hard test ahead for Vikings. Oh no, and Shadow Warrior tries to cook a nade through the window, but overcooks it, downs himself. Marksman snipes Embolism, and Raptors don't lose a single defender and tie it up one apiece.
And here we go, trading Volk rounds.
Yep.
This is a slightly spicier objective, I would argue, just because if you get into the east side of the building, like if you neutralize the entire east side of the objective somehow, and they've stacked everybody on the opposite side, you can get inside that objective building and get a cap. And we see that with a lot of teams. They figured out strategies for doing that. So slightly more capable, which means defense has to be a little more dynamic, a little more rotation heavy, and the offense can take some risks. Maybe that'll break the gridlock here a little bit. Who knows?
Yeah, it is at the same time very similar to the objective. The only difference is when it comes down to if you can get close to the objective. And so far, neither one of these teams has gotten really anywhere close to the objective or to this side of the map. And so, yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge. Again, they're going to have to change something up on their both of their attacks. Raptors, while they did get a little bit closer to the objective, they still were denied once they got into the kill box. And so they have to figure out a better way to deal with that if they do want to try and approach this objective. I think the best way is a good M203 smoke, you know, applied onto a certain position, and smokes being directly applied, not necessarily trying to create a line. And it works very well on a map like this if it can be done right, but even then that takes patience to get into the place you need to be. So we'll see what Raptors do as we dive into our next round, round number 3. Oh no.
-1 Echo 4.
Wow, one down already. We haven't even hit 30 seconds.
I killed him South Brothel.
And that was in the, what is that, the north? No, South
I want
Brothel.
to say one's helicopter, but I'm not sure.
Trying to get into South Brothel.
Could be. I could get an 8 on that.
Yeah, it's a late rotation to be making. The spawn was over there, and so at that point should have been tucked into a window or something like that, a much tighter position. With where, you know, at least they're in 3/4 cover, but almost looked like they were still trying to go up the stairs, and so pretty exposed pick there for soldiers. And actually, I think this is an objective that has 2 Volk spawns.
I think you're right about that.
So we just heard soldiers there discussing if they spawn there, then we can do this. And it's one of the few cases that you actually have that sort of train of thought, because oftentimes Volk only have 1 spawn. In this case, they spawned away from the objective. So soldiers feels confident that they don't have a strong coverage here, on this side of the OBJ. He charges into tower and now has a line down into the backside of the objective. A line on the Shadow Warrior's head.
One down, Echo 3.
Wow, the Vikings are getting thinned
Kill
out.
them behind objective.
They're getting close to
There's
objective.
one in
It's still
helicopter
not
2
quite
store,
on
I
it,
think
but
he's on the bottom
soldiers approaching that west road. And that is the gateway
He
to the
said,
objective.
Yep, he confirmed it.
Just needs to deal with embolism. I don't think he's ID'd that position yet.
And under this chaos, more picks coming through.
Two-story
Rye pick
helicopter's dead. Echo
catches
2, Echo 2.
embolism, and Soldiers has a solid angle down on the Noctum. A trade there leaves the objective open to a cap, but who can push forward? No one is close to objective. Distorted finds the final kill instead off of the rotation. Raptors take a Marsoc round. The Volk trade stops here. It only took a couple of rounds to get to do it.
And that could be the map decider, really. That's what it usually comes down to, is one team breaks away and gets a Marsoc round, and then they play Volk well for the rest of it. And that was a decisive Marsoc round for them. 4.5 still up. So Vikings are going to have to come back strong on here, or they're going to be at risk of losing this map.
Yeah, and it kind of put into scope the whole tournament and where we're at right now. Raptors have won 3 games and lost 1. Vikings have won 3 games and lost 1. I believe Raptors are technically above Vikings rank-wise because they have had wider point differentials in their wins. Vikings had much closer games. And so Raptors started this series, I think, ranked 1 over Vikings. If Raptors win both of these maps, well, at least this first map, it pretty much guarantees them the first place in Group A. A reminder that we take 2 teams out of this round robin stage, and so second place will still be a battle. If Vikings lose the second map, it's anyone's game. I really don't know what is going to happen depending on who wins what in the other series that's being played right now between Dead Logic and Ember. And so there is a good bit on the line here for both teams respectively. Raptors to lock in a chance to the semifinals, and for Vikings to not throw away a chance at the semifinals. Raptors really playing spoiler to chances here. And so we're back into the action, but the pressure is very much on as Vikings have to now lock in a Marsoc round.
Looks like Noctum has given up on sniping.
I didn't see anyone go behind the walls.
They're now just going to go on a purely conventional loadout for each player.
So the rollout here from Vikings, the reason you saw 3 people kind of peeking up into the same spot, they are all looking for that spawn that Vikings had last round. As discussed, there are 2 spawns. Raptors had the spawn by objective side, and so no early picks came in for Vikings. So they now confirm which side Raptors have spawned on based off of that information. So they can now be assured that the on-objective defense is probably pretty tight. All from that peak.
Again, we're in sort of the setup phase, which is longer on downfall than in other maps in most cases. Raptors not really looking out too much. They're looking mostly around angles that matter for the objective itself, but they're not watching a ton towards the south. Just one gun looking that way. Mantis already made his way to lower dumpster. But on this objective, you can let them have a lot of this and still have a pretty solid defense.
Finally a pick comes through, and it's actually into the hands of Raptors this time. Marksman with that SKS catches out one on the ravine and doesn't really disrupt the Vikings' plan too much, as they do still have two up through the center. But even then, they're going to have to push in through a tight defense around the objective. That's a good pickup from Shadow. That really opens up their entry. And actually, if I think about this, there is one gigantic gap in coverage. Marksman is the sole defender of this doorway. They do have soldiers watching through the window, but it's a slice. If they can get inside this room, there's a cap potential, and I think that's what Shadow Warrior and Noctum are looking at right now. I think that's what they're eyeballing, or at least that's their plan if they can push forward through the center.
That is the glaring vulnerability on this objective in most cases. If you can take out whoever's in center hotel, because they're usually watching that eastern entrance, and you can take out whoever's in helicopter 2-story, that approach from the east side's open. A lot of teams that know that are at this level, so yeah, they may be exactly what they're looking for right now, exactly what they're trying to set up.
I killed one, I thought there might be another or brother.
Yeah, the time is ticking, but plenty of it. 2:30 left. They are set up. It's really a 15-second sprint to get to that doorway, so they can play it pretty patiently where they're at.
It's North HQ. Yeah.
Embolism survives his run to lower dumpster, but Marksman took some shots and he called him out. Now they're aware of at least where one attacker is. It looks like Rypick has an angle on that. Ooh, just... Oh, there it is. Yep. Oh, and a trade. Now down to 3v2. Knocked him creeping on this east side, though. Probably thinking exactly what we were talking about.
And, you know, you said Marksman called out the position. The same thing went for Noctum and Warrior. They now know Marksman's in that 2-story.
Shadow Warrior trying to get an angle on Marksman as he goes into center hotel. Marksman does not peek that way.
Yeah, Marksman is very much dialed here onto Shadow Warrior's position that he could be peeking. Oh my gosh, neither one takes the shots. I think Marksman saw him there, but Shadow Warrior definitely did not. There's the shots from Marksman. Those just miss. A rain of fire coming down. 53 seconds left. Shadow Warrior is doing a great job of drawing attention. That's at least one thing that's going well here. If Noctum can swing quick onto the doorway and find Marksman, Warrior has the attention here.
Well, Messino's going to see Shadow Warrior, though, if he pops up at all. And there it is. Knocked him all by himself, 3v1 with less than 30 seconds to go.
And you don't hate this push. He could catch soldiers, but he's got a limited time. 15 seconds on the clock. Soldier swings out. Down he goes. Knocked him now. Has Marksman up on his hit list, and he knows where he is. 8 seconds left on the clock. He goes for the kill. The trade comes through. Masono was there to take shots on the back. Raptors hold on with one left alive, but a near successful Marsoc rebuttal from Vikings. Doesn't quite go their way, and now Raptors have a comfortable 3-1 lead.
Yep, and now Raptors, truth be told, Raptors could just blow this round and then go straight back to Volk and probably win. Obviously, you don't want to do that. You want to win every round you can. It's not like anybody wants to throw rounds. But, you know, there's a lot of pressure off. And you can take some risks, too. Maybe try some plays that might throw the other team off, knowing that you're going to go into Volk next round if you don't win, and likely shut this series down, or shut this map down, I should say.
Yeah, also depending on spawn, they can kind of wreak some early havoc here, which plays into their aggressive style that we've seen work for them. They also obviously are capable of demonstrating that patience, which we did see against Ember. They let Ember play that aggressive style into them. So, you know, again, a big map for Raptors here. I think if they win this one, they do lock in at least first, guarantee themselves first or second. And so that in itself is a lot of weight off the shoulders, right? Because you know you're moving on. From there, you're competing for seeding, which is important. You know, you want to get that first place seed, but still, it's just a huge. Finally, everything we've been working for today, we can we've succeeded. We can now have some. We can kind of relax a little bit for this final map. But not yet. They can't do it yet. We still have what could be map point here as Raptors go on the offensive, and they do have. I don't know about a quick spawn, but it's something they can work with pretty fast.
Okay, soldiers isn't rotating. You are
not rotate. You can run.
Okay.
Go run with marksman.
I'm gonna try to get the marksman.
Okay. 1959. All right, let's go. 1959.
One on valley right now.
Already shots coming out. Marksman drops Thrywind and gets the confirm. So 15 seconds in, and Vikings are already down 1.
Exactly what he said he was gonna try and do. More shots come in. Mantis trying to land.
One behind west, stone wall.
Onto soldiers there. Soldiers able to duck down and tuck in along the stone wall. But what a map one. I mean, downfall, the pace here, the tension so high, you know, on a long range map like this. And we haven't seen any real aggressive pushes onto the objectives, but it has been a lot of long range shooting. And, you know, you switch this up to a closer range map that Raptors are also comfortable on, like a USS Quest, and I just wonder what we get for that second map as well, because there is still more of a series to be played here. Vikings aren't off the hook after this first one. They do want to get as many maps as you can, because you never know who's going to win or lose. So Noctum able to get things evened up again, and Vikings are, again, not out of this yet. All of these teams capable of coming back at any given point. We've already seen it happen once. Let's just say it doesn't happen again. Shadow Warrior, nice G36 shot on the soldiers. And exchange here between the rooftop and that 3-story.
Interesting. I just noticed Shadow Warrior is using tracers. I'm not sure what the thinking is there, but it will make it a little easier to ID where those shots are coming from. And just like that, Shadow Warrior goes down in Marsoc.
Is that 3? Is that 3?
Now it's all up to 3 defenders. Mantis in the South Valley, knocked him in upper dumpster, and Embolism in lower dumpster. Smoke's coming out from center hotel.
Wait now behind palm trees until you hear them on objective.
Messino is a bit ahead of his other 2 teammates.
Just got some good info there on the strat of Vikings, leaving 1 in Ravine and waiting for the comms to come in from Noctum, who is close to objective, but not really that close. And so I don't know if the cap really is on their mind. I know Raptors were definitely reading the code, but...
One in North Marsoc shed.
There's definitely an opportunity there and on that, just to really cap up through the front. They don't have anyone covering that.
The cap is open to some degree, but I think Raptors, as we've seen, when they get to a 3 round count, they tend to just go for the kills, and I would imagine they're going to do the same thing here. If you can get the cap, that's always nice, but
I can if I peek it.
Winning matters more than just getting those extra points.
Mantis going down will definitely be important, but he has found another. Distorted gets scooped up. Marksman was not looking down Ravine. He can continue to cover here. He can continue to peek up like he is, and he is the real threat. Like you said, Embolism can do something. He can swing out. Marksman
Oh no.
fell off the cliff. And, you know, we saw Gravity kill several people in the Challenger Cup. It has now resulted in the death of one Raptor, leaving it all up to Maisonneau in a 1v3.
And this is tough because Mantis, being where he is, makes this cap much more challenging. He can peek over that valley crest and catch you in that one spot. If he can get inside the objective building, that would be his only real opening, but that's going to be tough. I don't know if he has any smokes left either, because he was throwing lots of smoke from Center Hotel earlier. I would imagine he doesn't have much in the way of utility, if any. Yeah, looking on his vest, I don't see any utility, so he's going to have to do this dry.
Not easy, but he might catch Mantis. He almost gets tagged by Mantis there. Does, actually, and goes for the heal. Challenges him on the corner. Doesn't land those shots and tucks back in. This push, also another option, but Mantis still has control. He has the quick head peek he can make, and Messino has to watch out for this. $40 left. The time going to be a factor here. Mantis doing a great job of just playing a bit of patty cake with Messino on the corner here. So shots just missing Mantis's head. Another relocation. 30 seconds left. And yeah, he has to get that kill on Mantis. What I'm surprised to see is there's no like rotation from Noctum. Embolism does finally come outside to go for the kill. And Vikings, another one on the board. Push this 3-2. And like you said, Raptors can afford this. They can now go on the defensive themselves, and all they have to do is play a pretty tight D, and they will take map number 1.
Yep, at this point, they don't have any incentive to take big risks. They don't want to play too passively, I guess, but at the same time, on this map, you can afford to do that. You can just kind of hang out, watch your angles, and just ensure that nobody gets near the objective, and you're usually okay. Things can fall apart naturally, but the Raptors have the advantage here, and if they just clench their teeth and play the right way, this will be 4-2 for them.
Yeah, they just have to not go for those peaks and not let Vikings claw their way back in here on offense. You have to be careful of the cap attempts here. I've seen plenty of caps on this objective. So again, it's down to the push style, the spawn, and everything really matters. If Vikings do get that opposite spawn in the far east, that can really wreak havoc early. I think that's a spawn you can get on. Maybe that's dumpster objective. You get that spawn. Anyway, a quick shout out to everyone that is tuning in. If you are on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or venues, we appreciate you all stopping by and watching this high-octane Onward action. It has been a crazy day of very good games. Great plays, great shots, great caps, great teamwork, and it's been super fun to commentate. I've been loving analyzing all of these plays coming out here today from all these teams. It's exactly what I've been looking forward to the last several weeks as we've wound down to this postseason. And, you know, this is when 15 weeks of regular season efforts all come on to display. You get to show if you are a team that is the strongest in the league, if you are a team that is capable of winning under pressure, winning in the tournament space, winning in the round robin. Next weekend, we go back to round best of threes. And so the format returns to a bit of normalcy, but you're against teams that, again, you maybe have never competed against and are at the top of the ladder. And so it is going to be a super fun couple of weeks. Like I said, tomorrow we still have round robin group B, which is going to include our champion, our Challenger Cup champion. That'll be pretty exciting. The pre-show for that, again, starts at 9:30 a.m. PST. You're not going to want to miss it. We have a reconnect coming in for Vikings. Again, another tech issue on that side, unfortunately. Hopefully they will connect soon and we can continue with our games.
Yep, and this objective, it's certainly capable, but it's also not exactly easy. There's really only 1 or 2 angles on it. So Vikings, what would be real crazy is if Vikings manage to get a cap here and pull back, get a 4-3.
Right.
That would turn this entire tournament on its head in some sense. But I don't know. Once we get that back, and I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen more plays like that, given Vikings' propensity for hyper-aggressive play. I would think that they would go for that a little more often. But it's the postseason. People are going to play a little more conservatively by default. And downfall also just in many ways doesn't reward that kind of behavior. Something that might work every now and then and get you those 2 points is going to get you killed more often than not on a big map like this.
Yeah, and it's while the meta certainly is different, it's not like the Challenger Cup where you get this one map to do everything you need to do. That really does change how teams play. Here you do still have that option to not necessarily have to go crazy and have to go for these caps and wins because there are other opportunities. There is another map for Vikings to play against Raptors, and if they win that, it keeps them even. And then I think we have a possible contention for any one of first, second, or third, depending on score lines and based off of, again, how that other matchup that's live goes. The shots early ringing out. Let's cut to gameplay as round number 6 starts.
Distorted gets into that dark room position and deploys a C4 right around the corner, just in case anybody tries to sneak on him. But so far, looks like Vikings not trying to take away a ton of map early on. Just creating a firing line across that north section facing south.
Yeah, I mean, they identified that spawn, and so they're very much lined up to try and catch Vikings rotate out of that spawn. You see an angle down here in a throw-in to see if he tries to push up that stairs. You're having the coverage here. If Embolism tries to cross this gap, that's being covered up there in that on the mountaintop, and so there's a tough push here for Vikings ahead. They have to figure out how to get past the defense that knows where they are and is just waiting for them to cross certain angles. Embolism does duck and dive back into cover on the other side of the wall, but just barely.
Yeah, possibly South Rocks or Marsop Twins.
It looks like they're trying to stage up as much as they can on West Road. And I would imagine they're going to just hop from building to building from there, which is a pretty decent strategy. It's the one way you can approach this without really getting out into the open too much. And especially if you can control Center Hotel, you have a nice overlook position on the objective itself.
Oh, wow, and Messino almost catches Embolism there. He gets a little too casual on his swing and is fortunate enough that the wall provided half cover and denied those bullets. But still, lots of eyes now directed over here. Embolism also has to worry about other threats. Messino still being one of them. Catches out him trying to peek around that corner. Just to make the cross, but again, identified, under fire, and has to worry about VR Marksman with that 12 times and the SKS dialing in down here along several other angles. He's not getting any support from that east side just yet, and so if he continues to try and move forward, he's going to be doing it alone. I think what needs to happen is Mantis needs to push up here and challenge Distorted in his window. Or an M203 shot into the window to take him out and allow the cross to happen for the rest of his team.
I think that would be the best strategy here, personally. Drop an M203 right through that window. You take care of that problem immediately. Oh, and instead he tries to get Marksman in White House and misses.
Echo 3 killed one in the center.
That would have been a good choice too. He then could have went to Distorted, found that kill, would have really cut down the defense in their power positions, but just a touch low on that detonation. Marksman lucky to live.
One north Master shed.
And Distorted. Good.
Look at this position that Soldiers is on right now. And he gets a kill from there. That is wild. I've never seen a team put somebody right on the objective like that.
They've done that several times. Nate comes into Distorted, he goes down. Just able to clear out Distorted's position. Shadow Warrior trying to draw eyes his way with a lot of suppressive fire. And it does allow at least one kill to come through. The confirm there, and again, Vikings not out just yet. They are 2 deaths away from at least losing this first map. But it was Raptors' pick.
Minute 20, 2v4. Yeah, Mantis gonna be hurting not having that M203 round now. And like you said, it was a good idea to take out Marksman like that. If that landed, that's a very powerful kill to get.
Yeah.
Just didn't work out for him that time. Those M203 shots are hard to make.
Rypick could wreak havoc here. Or, excuse me, Mantis could wreak havoc here. Rypick does take a quick check, but costs him his life. Marksman still up here, and is Mantis going to be ready for a second to be up into the White House? That is the question. Marksman almost does peek out, and yes, Mantis does now identify this second he has to worry about, and he finds the head. Mantis with huge kills here coming through. Does he find Masono's back? He does another kill. Soldiers, the last one left alive, and Mantis knows where he is. He's in a 1v1, 28 seconds left. They are not giving up. Soldiers has to lock in this kill, and he does. Raptors just barely come out on top, but a near comeback from Vikings off of the backs of Mantis makes that one a bit more exciting than it needed to be.
Oh, I'm sure everybody that was in the tent for Raptors was having a heart attack on that round because it looked like a sure win of the 4v2, and then Mantis just started going on a killing spree there. A nice clutch by Soldiers to finish that out, but also nice near clutch by Mantis. That was extremely close.
Yeah. Very good job there. Nice attempt from Vikings. Either way, a good bit of back and forth, and it puts Raptors, I think, as one of 2 champions of this group stage because of the games they have won. They've only lost a single map. I think they can afford to lose one here, and they will still at least be tied with anybody that can make second place. Every other team, I'm trying to think and do the math. The other 2 teams have lost 3. Vikings have now lost 2. If Vikings lose a second map here against Raptors, again, it might put them out of contention for that second place in this group stage and allow a team like Ember or Kai to come out on top if they secure 2 wins. So, again, there's I wish we had the other channel that we could kind of drop into and tune into. We will have that live tomorrow. But all of these games are going to matter because at the end of the day, who knows what's going to happen. And if Vikings win here, I think it does lock them in for a second place.
Oh, for Vikings. Gotcha.
Yeah, if they can win their second map. I think that means that both teams would have 2 losses apiece, and that would be better than the other 2 teams that have 3 currently. So if Vikings win, they still have a chance here to really solidify themselves into the group stage. But if they don't, it's really going to come up to chance and how that second matchup goes. So I don't think it's what Vikings want. They will go and choose the map here for their map pick. And so they will be going to a place where they are comfortable. Raptors chose Downfall. They had the range. They had Marksman. And it was arguably the best choice for them to make against Vikings. Where do we go now for map 2?
once again, just falling back on the stats because it's all we have.
Yep.
Sand and Shipyard are their two best maps. And I think Sand in particular would be great for them because it is, coincidentally, Raptors' worst map. Raptors have a 46% win rate on Sand, and Vikings have a 70% round win rate. And I think Sand just plays much more into the Vikings play style, kind of that chaotic, flanky type of play. And there's so many different ways to play that way on Sand that I don't know if Raptors would be able to cope with that very well.
Still waiting on that map to even be chosen, so Vikings definitely taking their time on deciding where we go here for map number 2. But geez, what a solid performance there on Downfall again. Raptors just playing it solid. I mean, I think the one thing truly is that it's important to have a marksman on your team if you do want to get put onto Downfall in particular. To have somebody that can bring it 12 times and is effective with it is a very big added value.
Yeah, no kidding. And I see there was a drop on the Raptors side.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to mean a few tech difficulties or not, but either way, we're going to stick around and wait for that second. We need to know where this what the scoreline of this second map is.
I know sometimes, too, people will drop in case they haven't downloaded a custom map or something, so maybe they're going to go to Shipyard or Sand or Quest. Because if the person who doesn't have it drops, you can usually pick it. I don't know, at the same time the person dropped and they didn't shift, so I'm not sure.
Right. I think it's me, but either way, it can be solved with a lobby rehost or something like that. We will deal with those tech difficulties as they come our way, but this is a lot of time to be choosing a second map. You know, if they are taking this much time to select it, it really gives them a lot of time to think. And again, explains the format here: 2 bans apiece for each team. It does whittle down a large map pool to a small map pool. Only several maps available to choose from. In which case, Raptors, the home team, pick a map. They chose Downfall, where they won. And now Vikings get to choose their map. And we are, I think, remaking the lobby. So bear with us again as we sort out the tech difficulties. Either that or we're going to Bazaar. Yeah, I think we are remaking the lobby. No, we are going to Bazaar.
Yep, they're filling in. All right, interesting pick.
Kind of a risky pick, I feel like, to be taking. Bazaar has some objectives that are just tough to deal with on defense in particular, and it's a really big risk to take to allow Raptors chances to cap. To potentially pick into a map where they can push in and snag an objective or two, and I feel like that's definitely an opportunity here on Bazaar. Maybe they saw, or well, I guess they couldn't have seen. They've been playing all day, so they don't know how Raptors have played here already, but that could be an element as well. Raptors already loose here on this map. I think they lost on it though, right? Was that the one map they lost? Was it Bazaar?
I don't think so. I don't know. It's been kind of a blur for me today, so I don't want to say anything and be wrong about it. But I'm just going back to the stats again. This is one of Vikings' worst maps. They have a 50% round win rate. I'm assuming this is all just based on the bans then. Raptors,
right?
I'm familiar with them. I only say that sort of thing because I know them. I'm assuming they looked at the stats and took away their best maps during the ban process, which is why we aren't seeing Sand or anything. But this is a cap-heavy map, and flanks do work pretty well on certain objectives, so maybe that's what Vikings are going for. I'm not sure. That would be my guess, though.
Well, this is, yeah, definitely a Vikings map pick. They are going on the Marsoc first, Raptors onto defense. Yeah, we'll see how things go. We are waiting for that 5th to join for Vikings, and then we will be underway. I guess it does give a brief moment to shout out our sponsors. You've seen them advertised in the intermission, and you've seen them scrolling across the screen. We also shouted them out in the pre-show. But all of our sponsors come together to offer what is the largest cash prizing we've had in Onward. $10,000 in cash, $4,000 in hardware. It is a really solid bit of money to be working for here in the VR space, and I think it's got a lot of teams very focused. You can see, especially within the Challenger Cup and today, just a different level of competition, and it's been super fun to spectate into. It has been so far just it's really delivered on my expectations. Theta, we were expecting a crazy postseason, and I think with the Challenger Cup, the highlights there, and then today with the great competitive play, I couldn't be asking for anything more.
I couldn't agree more with you. And just going back to your previous point about how competitive it is, we've both been around for quite a while now, and I'm sure you could agree with this, the difference in terms of play quality between 4 or 5 seasons ago versus today, it's like night and day. I mean, everybody here, we've talked about this before, it used to be basically the top 5 versus everybody else, and now it feels like there are no easy games once you get into even the top 20 or 30.
Yeah, it's almost it's prompted discussions on maybe in the future we need to open up this round robin to more top teams, because really the top 15 in the ladder are incredibly competitive. The Challenger Cup is a great example of that, with how competitive that is. It just goes to show you how good all of these teams are, and I'm very curious to see the outcome of the Supermind Kai game. If Supermind can manage to take that, that is a huge underdog story. That is a ranked 40th team in the ladder that would be challenging squads in the round robin tomorrow. So there's a story there to be told, and what are I guess it's got me starting to think now, what are the semis and finals going to look like? What's next weekend going to look like? We're going to have 2 teams here. Right now it's looking like, let's theoretically say, Raptors and Vikings. Group B has all kinds of crazy teams. I mean, for Raptors to be advancing on is a huge accomplishment. They were just created in Season 10. I think we're in a timeout now, unfortunately, for Vikings. Maybe a tactical one, maybe a technical one.
Yeah, it seems like Thrywin has been having some problems connecting. Saw him show up and then disappear, so I would assume it's technical.
Either way, they are coming to the tail end of that timeout on the technical time. So we'll see if we can get into the action shortly. I don't think we need to cut to intermission. We do have a 5th joining, and it is not Thrywin.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, maybe Thrywin was just having so many problems they decided to sub in somebody else. I'm not sure. One of the, I guess, a great testament to a point I've always made. It is so important to have a full roster. Some teams only carry 5 players because they don't want to have to deal with bringing in or having 6 people available and only picking 5. That is an important thing to have established in your team. And, it doesn't mean that if you're a sub or you're not on the quote-unquote main roster that you're not played. In fact, oftentimes you come in when you're most needed. When your team's down or it needs a boost from a fresh face, or you need to be a standout player on a specific map. Being the sub can be one of the most important roles on a roster. And, I mean, here we're seeing a textbook example of why it's important. Nutjob coming in, if they don't have this 5th to reimburse, they're going in 4v5 because the technical timeout time ends. They're going in with maybe a 5th that's not comfortable playing right now. So just a great example and, again, reason to carry a full roster here as Vikings are able to play, and we do get into the action. Yeah, until we reach full professionalization in VR esports, which I think
No
will
caps,
happen.
no caps, no caps,
Yeah.
all right? No
Life is
caps.
going to happen to people. They're
Let's
going
go.
to have work. They're going to have family
That's
stuff, and you got to have cushion for that.
Absolutely.
Strongly encourage people to have at least 7 people on their roster for that reason.
I cannot.
We've done enough stalling, though, Theta. Thankfully enough. And the action has begun. We're on the analyst desk for a while there, but now we are into the shooting. Already some shots coming in as the cross comes through. I do manage to get 2 across that initial middle street. Soldier's not going to run into anything anytime soon, and again, it's just going to be a bit of the setup phase, considering Raptors' defense. Very tight around objective. No one really overextended, except for Marksman, who is holding a long line of sight down here in the south.
Goes for a nade in the south. It doesn't quite work out, but he's positioning himself to take care of anybody that wants to attack through that direction. Now 2 in the south, so yet 2-1-2 split for the Vikings attack. It seems like we're near contact on pretty much all of them. If Embolism decides to run out in the open in that courtyard that he's in, soldiers will see him. And it looks like those 2 in the south are about to run into Marksman as well.
Oh, that's a good nade. Oh, wow, that almost catches Marksman. And it actually does enough to deter him and push him back. I don't think Mantis knew he was there at all. Just threw it as a caution, and Marksman does swing out. Catches, knocked in the refrag, just misses. Mantis has to be wary of Rypick, who looks for an angle as well, but can't find it. And now Mantis almost pinched between 2 defenders. Shadow Warrior comes in and saves the day, though. Pushes from the center. That 2-1-2, the 1 comes in.
Just instant refrags happening today. It's 1 kill after another. That's how you know teams are positioning themselves well and communicating.
Another one down, blue room.
Soldiers takes out Embolism now. 3v1. There it is. Marksman gets Mantis, and Raptors go up 1-0 on this exciting map.
For a brief moment there, it was not looking very good for Raptors. They were losing a bit of control up through the center, but the refrags coming in just were crucial. Some very big picks to even the odds, but then, again, the refrags just denying that momentum to shift into the hands of Vikings, and Raptors, with 3 left, are able to defend effectively, but a great contest there from Vikings. They really did come in with a plan in mind and almost executed it in sync, just like they needed to. It was really not much out of sync on that push.
Yeah, it was close, and it just kind of fell apart at the last minute. But yeah, I would say both teams played pretty well on that. It just ended up going towards the Raptors in the end.
Go back to that same objective. This time Vikings defend and Raptors attack, and gosh, they got it. I mean, you're at this point, you're so comfortable. You know, they've locked in the advancement to the semifinals. They are in a early lead. Vikings got to be cautious of a cap here, and if they just play a tight kill box around objective, I'm sure that will actually be the best way to work around what is going to be, I assume, a Raptors cap attempt here.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, I think in the previous matchup where we had Bazaar, it's one of those objectives where if you just clear one side, the cap opens wide, so that's kind of the objective towards getting the objective when you're on offense, is you're just trying to basically get all the defenders to one side, throw some smokes down, and then go in for the 2 points. they're playing. Oh, wow. Vikings doing something quite aggressive, sending Mantis into the courtyard.
How about knocked him?
Yeah, wow. And knocked him. Just everybody on the Vikings side playing hyper aggressive this time, taking away as much map as they can.
Seems to be something that the Raptors are wary of, though. You do see a couple of checks over here. Mantis and Soldiers do trade.
Pick him up, pick him up.
Embolism able to get that confirm, and so Vikings could come out of this one with one. And Noctum here is distorted,
Don't count it, Echo 5.
both communicating and running around here in the 2-story.
Is he in the blue room on your side? Is that a friendly?
Oh, Noctum playing with so much patience right here. Distorted speaking just inches away from his head.
Oh, and Distorted might actually get past Noctum. Noctum might be playing this too patient.
Indeed, I was expecting a rotation, but oh, now he sees him. There it is. Ooh, but no confirm.
Does he also spot Marksman, though?
Yeah, I think that's why he stopped firing. I think he saw Marksman crossing over there.
Wow, and that's a great double. A nice aggressive push-up. Both aggressive push-ups getting a total of 3 kills. Cuts Raptors down to just 2. A nice 4-2 advantage. Messino has to push up into objective, and there's has to go up against Shadow Warriors. It really is a 1v2, kind of. Embolism there over by Rypick. They're going to run into each other soon. Uh-oh. And a couple of pickups. Knocked him on the flank, goes down. Embolism in his forward position goes down, and it leaves it to the on-objective defenders. Raptors very well could snag around here if they find these kills. Both Nutjob and Shadow are tucked in, though, and are not easy kills to find.
But as an offense, this is what you want if you want to set something up. It would be pretty risky with 2. I suspect they're just going to go for the kills.
Right.
But as you look at the map, you can see they are both on the south side, which means nobody has direct eyes on the north side. Nutjob has some visibility, but you could smoke that out.
Yeah.
Leaves it open to a cap attempt.
Yeah, you could easily smoke that out. And we saw cap attempts come in several times on this objective yesterday or last weekend, and to no success. We'll see if Raptors can somehow manage to find success on it. Shadow Warrior's in a position that he'll catch anyone popping out of the smokes, and they are running out of time, and the smokes are gone now. I think they're going for the cap.
You might be right about that. It looks like they're taking their time for a setup.
Yeah, and actually the south side of the tank could be capped from. Nutjob is on a rotation, though, and he's playing this properly. It needs to be effectively denying the cap, so he's making sure nothing's happening around this tank. He is exposing himself on this rotation, but it's better to guarantee that 2 points are coming in instead of just 1.
Yep.
And actually, might find a pick. Almost finds Mason. Messino identifies Nutjob there through the gap, and a good shot over half cover. Raptors up 2-0 now on the second map. This is basically the worst case scenario for Vikings. They need to get this map too.
Oh, but look what objective it is. And this might very well play into the Vikings' hands. This is the most volatile objective on the map, arguably the most volatile objective in the entire game.
Yeah, Coyote is incredibly hard to defend. There is multiple floors of potential capping space, and pretty much any attack angle you want from anywhere around it, north, south, east, or west. It is pretty easy to get up close and personal and right into that objective space. And so oftentimes teams are able to cap in chaos or force rotations and find kills. And so it's the problem is if Vikings can manage to do well here and at least get around, they then have to prevent Raptors from attacking this objective. When Raptors have, again, that comfort of moving on and now a 2-0 lead on the second map.
Agreed. And the situation you want to be in on Kiat is something like, it's 3-3 and you're on attack.
Yeah.
Because you have this high chance of winning, but you also don't have to defend it, because like you were saying, it's a double-edged sword. If you win this round, now you have to defend it and you have to deal with all the same problems they had to deal with.
Vikings getting the east spawn. And interesting to see how they attack this. If they do invest in sending one all the way over to the west, it is kind of the preferred side to attack from in a lot of cases. And so.
I can hear you, but only sometimes.
I don't see any quick pushes on the right side.
It's an interesting defensive layout here. Really lacks coverage through the center. Anyone at any given point could really just kind of prone their way up through the middle of this map and cap. And it's one of the challenges of defending this objective properly. You have to cover so many different entryways. It's really a choice. Which entryways are you going to guess they're coming from? And if that guess is right, your defense works. If the guess is wrong, things become hectic. And so, again, there is a route here for Noctum really to just kind of walk up to the objective through the center.
And it's one of those objectives, too, where everybody is so on pins and needles about everything that one person can slip through. I've seen 1v5 caps on Kiosk.
Yep.
Because everybody's so paranoid, they get tunnel vision when they think somebody is coming in the direction, and then they just slip in through the backside or one of the lateral entrances to the cap. When Shadow Warrior picks off Distorted. Distorted was their top story Kiot cover.
Yeah. Now Marksman has to kind of rotate and half cover the center. Masono's there on the stairwell to peek up every once in a while, but as soon as Nutjob starts to draw the attention, that's going to be big. Soldiers gets rid of another potential defender through the center. Masono, again, is distracted by Nutjob on the backside. And so the coverage up through the center is very weak. Whoa, what does Rypick up to?
What a crazy position. And now he's going to have an angle on everybody else on Vikings.
He's just running around right now.
Yeah, he didn't see anybody,
Nope.
so he kind of gives up that angle advantage.
Marksman catches out.
It's, Echo 6 or 5.
Noctum catches out Marksman, excuse me. And now Rypick is left alone. This is the hardest thing to defend against. And they really have to be thinking cap right now. It is a huge opportunity. You're in a 4v1 on Coyote. Restrain the trigger finger, put out some utility, and tie this game up.
Exactly. You can even just sacrifice people. You can get them to close in and draw his attention and sacrifice their lives, and then somebody comes in on the opposite side. but instead Noctum decides to pull the trigger, and now Vikings get 1.
An interesting choice, but a point nonetheless. And at times like this, when points really matter, they go for the guarantee. It is ultimately a risk to take, but that's really felt like a primo opportunity to get an easy cap there. They had to have had an accurate kill count come in. I think most of those kills came in from Noctum and Embolism in the center. And so the pressure, maybe, impacting the decision making, and again, guaranteeing at least 1 point. The problem is now, again, is they don't have a tie game. They don't have a lead, and Raptors are now are still comfortable. They can lose this round and just be tied, or they can cap and win.
It's just a matter of whether they want to take that risk or not.
Yeah.
They commit too much to the cap and fail. That ties it up, and that makes things a lot easier for Vikings. But if they get even just a simple win off of this, now it's a 3-1, and they're going into a defensive round. I don't know. I think the incentives are more on a conservative approach on this round. But now that I've said that, they're going to try 5-person, one-direction smoke rush, of course.
I'm sure someone is looking at the charts now. I see people in chat theorizing about what the possible outcomes could be. I'm not here doing the math, so I don't know, but either way, Vikings do not want to lose this map. It does make things far too close. And so for what could be a map point, if Raptors go for a cap, we dive back into the action. Vikings on defense, trying to come back here and at least get 1 from Raptors.
Yeah, it looks like Vikings are prioritizing shutting down the edges. Got Noctum and Shadow Warrior both in the north, but on opposite sides of the map. And they have left the east side pretty much open aside from Noctum. Not really prioritizing too much around the objective itself.
I thought there was a guy in blue room for a second.
Sino takes some shots from the center road. I don't know what he was shooting at. I didn't catch that.
So you thought he saw a guy in blue room.
Nah.
That doesn't give away much, though. Center road could be either spawn. And really, the spawn doesn't impact too significantly how you attack this objective. I mean, the setup does look, did have opposite spawns, and is basically identical, just on the other side of this bazaar.
Hey, I think there's one on the fountain. There's one on the fountain.
They also called out somebody on the fountain. There isn't anybody on the fountain
Echo
right now.
4,
Maybe
West
just,
Side Bazaar, back.
as I say, that right pick picks off Mantis. Maybe just an artifact of something they saw around there. One of the assets looks like a person. Embolism right around the corner from Distorted. But looks like Distorted's going a different pathway. Embolism's not going to be able to catch.
The pathway to objective is what it is. He's setting it up here with the smoke. He can get shut down, however, by Shadow Warrior. He's got to be careful. He's actually going to look for the pick. The C4 comes out. That doesn't get Distorted there, and Shadow Warrior relocates back to objective.
There's one at the back.
Based on the way that they played that, I would guess that they were sending those smokes in there specifically to trigger some rotations, which is exactly what happened. They have to go clear that smoke. Just like that, Shadow Warrior goes down as he's trying to clear smoke in front of objective.
Chaos unfolds through the center. Soldiers catches one. Distorted trying to figure out who his teammates are as he's catching shots from them as well. On objective, defense is down. Nutjob is alone. Distorted's going upstairs. The kill.
Oh.
comes through. You hear the groans there, but at the end of the day, still a celebration for them as they do take the point and advance their lead 3-1.
Pretty brutal. They had that.
Yeah,
he was already up second story. There
Yep.
was nothing that last defender was going to be able to do about that.
Yep.
But a little bit of lack of communication there. Either way, like you were saying, you still get the win. It's going to haunt them if they end up losing on a comeback, but that's a tough ask against a team like Raptors, so we'll see.
Yeah, it is. We go to a new objective inside the courtyard. Fun one. I'd say pretty even keel. You know, I've seen it capped. I've seen it defended. It just depends on how you set up around the objective and if you leave certain gaps for a team to capitalize on. Otherwise, I feel like you can play this one pretty tight, and it does become a challenge for Marsoc to push into.
Indeed. There's kind of like this one lane on the north side, which some teams have been using. They'll smoke that out and then get somebody around the edge of the smoke and cap. But other than that, this is a pretty hard objective to deal with as an attacker because you have to get out into that open space in order to cap. And you got all these angles. You have 4 angles from which you can get hit if the defense sets up correctly. So, like I've said many times in this, anything could happen, but I think this favors the defense more than anything.
I think I am getting word of our Challenger Cup champion. Theta, if you don't want to be spoiled and want to watch the VOD for yourself, guard your ears now. I believe Kai have come out on top and are our Challenger Cup champions. They were, coincidentally, also ranked 8th at the end of the day in the ladder, so they have earned their 8th spot that they were ranked at by moving through the Challenger Cup and defeating Supermind in a best of 3. They now move on to the group stage. We'll see them tomorrow. And that also means that we won't be seeing Etch on the casting desk. He will be playing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's happy about that to some degree. I know he likes casting, but you want to be in the championship. Yeah. No problem.
Hopefully we don't see him Sunday, but there's also potential there if he doesn't make it to the finals. So for any Etch fans out there, I know that people want to see everybody casting. By the way, we will be
Nobody else had a problem.
catching that Group B tomorrow, so don't miss it. We still got action here. Vikings trying to mount a comeback, and Raptors just a round away from locking in 2 maps and really guaranteeing their first seed out of Group A.
Wow, less than 10 seconds in, already Embolism takes out Rypick. And Rypick had been using that line or a similar line almost every round. So I think they finally just adapted to that and took him out before he could do any damage.
They got tired of it, that's for dang sure. 2 eyes were on that as well. Nutjob was taking shots in addition to it. Shadow Warrior tries to catch one through the gap there as Massino is kind of dancing back and forth, but Massino tucks in, and Raptors do not lose another just yet. A hush here. Are those defensive smokes? They might be. Distorted gets across. Nutjob not going to be ready for one at the tank. Down goes Nutjob, dips back in. Gets information as well from Mantis, but Vikings are setting up around objective already. Embolism's close. Warriors inside the objective building. I just need that setup from the south to come through. Noctum's a bit out of sync. Nice Nice 360 nade from Shadow Warrior. Transferred in to the kill with the rifle. Nabs them a big pickup, and it directs a lot of attention from both Soldiers and Distorted over to that entryway, which will really make it pretty easy for Noctum to just slowly work his way up through the south. Marksman is here, watching the ultimate cross that he has to make, but still, it's Raptors down to just 3 defenders on this objective. Again, I wonder if Vikings got to be thinking cap here with utility.
Yeah, they might. They have every reason to believe that right now.
I think those smokes for Noctum are going to work. Although Marksman rotates back, and so not needed. He had to cross to get a heal. And that was the real detriment. He was about to bleed out and die, so... Utility to get healed back up, but ultimately puts him into a pretty dang good spot where he can pick out an attack, or maybe find a rotation if he's lucky.
When Distorted evens it up, but Noctum's getting dangerously close to the objective.
I know. I'm trying to finish up. You guys are waiting.
Pops up here. He might have eyes on a Marksman. Just saw the hand. Oh, and sees Marksman peek, goes for the shots and misses. Tries to swing wide. Marksman reads that like a book and catches him out. Raptors bouncing back. 2-2 apiece now, 2:30 left on the clock. Vikings definitely want to lock this one in.
Shadow Warrior's moving in. Seems a little disjointed right now. Shadow Warrior's getting awfully close. And his teammates so far away that he's not going to have much support.
But a big
Ooh,
pick.
Downs Marksman.
Can still call out, though, and that's going to be really important. Soldiers can play off of those comms. He knows he doesn't have to peek out, but he still does, and Shadow Warrior keeps Vikings in it, gets 2 kills through the window, and now they go on defense. A nice Marsoc round to keep this series going.
Their postseason hopes still up in the air to some degree, but this has got to give them some confidence that they still have a chance.
Yeah, if they can really take this map, it's going to guarantee that they move on. And again, mathematically, they may already have done that, but I'm not sure. I don't have that direct access to the bracket and the total score lines. Either way, I think Vikings still very much acting off of the intention that they need to win this map to stay in it, and it's not over for either one of these teams just yet. We still are going to be seeing some good Onward action delivered here, despite who wins or loses and who is 1 and 2, but it does look like it is going to be Raptors and Vikings moving on, and so... Again, it gets me thinking about tomorrow, who our Group B champions going to be. They'll be facing off again. What the seeding is going to be like. How Beginners is going to square off. They've been playing great all season, but they have lost maps. They're not undefeated like they have been in the past. I mean, there's so much still left on the table for this weekend. And we're not even done yet with today. A few more rounds left in front of us as we get into round number 6.
Yep. Already around 10 seconds in, and once again we have shots being fired downrange. Now the spawn has been ID'd. No one was watching that mid-street cross. But Soldiers gets knocked him.
One down, flank, go forward.
Yeah, and again, Vikings deploying that aggressive defense. Mantis also pushing forward again, just like they did last time when it worked out for them when they were on this side. And 1 for 1 is okay, but if Mantis continues to get aggressive, it's going to cost him.
Got the one flanking east. Echo 3. Mic working?
Vikings very limited on their defense now, and their on-objective defense in particular a bit weak. Embolism off that OBJ on the east side to watch the cross. He advances a bit farther forward so he can potentially rotate in. You see Masono looking, just kind of peering. Doesn't know that Embolism's here yet. Distorted does. The far east rotation gets him an easy kill, completely exposed. Vikings left with 2, and Raptors just 2 kills away from taking both maps.
Yeah, now Raptors, they've got 4 minutes, 4 people up. They can really take their time. Yeah, you can see Marksman just taking some clearing shots on those shacks in the south.
Just pre-firing.
Since those are all penetrable objects. Those soldiers rushing straight in. I think they want to finish this. They want to go for that final blow here. Make sure that they have locked in their seed position.
Yeah, Nutjob's super tucked in, though. That's going to be a hard position to root out. As I say that, a nice nade gets tossed, and down he goes. Very well identified. The smoke comes in here. Shadow Warrior finds 1. I wonder if they're thinking cap. Shadow Warrior doesn't want that to happen. He starts crashing to objective. Soldiers picks that up. Raptors lock in both maps, with map number 2 going their way 4-2. This squad came to play today, that is for sure, Theta.
No doubt about it. They did not go down easy. It wasn't like they just gave up. They were fighting all the way through. And a lot of those rounds were close. That's just how it happens in this game. We'll have to see what happens with the brackets. I don't know exactly what's going to happen here, but Raptors for sure at least have the number 1 spot amongst this group, and then it just comes down to who gets number 2.
Yeah, and again, I think based off of at least Matt coming in from chat, Vikings needed to be 5-0'd here for there to be a chance of Dead Logic taking second place. Instead, they managed to get 2 points on the board and keep Raptors to 4. And so I think they have locked in their position for second. I'm tentative, obviously, again, because I don't know the math, and the end of the day decisions are not made by us here at the desk. But we can at least report the scorelines and what we see in front of us, and it does look like Raptors and Vikings are going to be moving on to next weekend to go up against whoever comes out of Group B, which, again, is tomorrow at the same time. I can't wait, that. I'm so stoked for Group B.
Same. And that's going to be the one, I think, as I was saying before, even more people are probably going to be watching because beginners are in there. And if somehow beginners get knocked out, we'll see a new champion, somebody that's never been at the top, because the only 2 teams that have ever won championships are beginners and Globochem. So that's, I think, what everybody's going to be tuning in for.
It is a super, super hype weekend. It has been a super hype month of postseason, and it was a super hype Saturday afternoon filled with Onward. Couldn't have asked for better games here today, and really appreciate everyone tuning in and hanging out across all of the different platforms on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or venues. We really do appreciate everyone that stops by and tunes into the action. We do it for the community, and we do it for you. So a shout out to everyone that was watching and hanging out today. Also a shout out to all the teams competing in what was ultimately 6 hours of 5.5 hours of high octane competition. Definitely not an easy test. And again, we'll see more of that tomorrow. So be sure to tune in 9:30 a.m. PST for the pre-show. We'll all be chatting up about our thoughts and opinions on teams and who is going to win. We'll have multiple casters in that pre-show. And then be sure to catch Group B tomorrow with I think we'll have both matches being broadcast, one here on VR Master League and on Venues, and another on Onward_VRML on Twitch. So if you want to catch all the action, be sure to be following all of those platforms. Again, a shout out to all of our sponsors. We'll one more time direct you to the lovely prize pool display that has been designed by our production team. But, you know, 14,000 USD in prize pool with over 10,000 in cash coming from all of our sponsors: B Haptics, ProTube VR, Rebuff Reality, VRware, Cyber Shoes, VR Cover, HyperX, Downpour Interactive, and VRML. They all come together to offer what is the largest cash prize pool to our number one champion, who will come out with $5,000 USD. Prizes from HyperX, VR Cover, B Haptics, and Arma also follow. $3,200 for second place, $1,600 for third place, and $900 for fourth. So these teams, at least two of them, are going to be moving on for a chance at this cash prize, both Raptors and Vikings, and we will find out who will be competing for this prize tomorrow after we get two champions crowned from Group B. Be sure to tune in to that action. You do not want to miss it, but I think that will be it for us here on the caster desk. Theta, thank you so much for joining me. Any final thoughts on today?
No, just thank you to the teams who were playing today, regardless of result. Getting this far is an accomplishment, and it was a pleasure to cast not only these games, but cast with you as well, Nightfire. So thank you to everybody involved.
Absolutely. We will see you all tomorrow. Be sure to be tuning in. My name's been Nightfire with 2E, my co-caster Theta with just one. Stay classy.